But the next steps for the measure are uncertain, and President Trump's likely to reject it. Meanwhile, as U.S. and Iranian forces continue exchanging fire, ceasefire talks appear dormant. But the president says
the negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President.
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Earlier in the day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified before a House panel. Ed Donahue on where that went.
Before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, California Democrat Ted Lieu asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio about President Trump.
Have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep.
Lieu showed video of Rubio sitting next to the president at a cabinet meeting.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
Rubio responded.
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
so,
I think
so
it's
you're
lying
lying again. You're lying
of the
consistently
to
asking
Congress about sleep.
You're lying to Congress, Secretary Rubio.
Lieu showed another video.
I don't even know how to respond to that, other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous.
Rubio says you may not like President Trump's policies, but he is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired. Ed Donahue, Washington.
And North Korea says leader Kim Jong-un has visited a new facility to produce nuclear materials and announced plans to bolster the country's nuclear arsenal, quote, at an exponential rate. This is AP News. Coming to theaters.
Steven Spielberg's newest movie, Disclosure Day, returns the filmmaker to one of his most abiding questions: are we alone?
When the time is right, everything will become clear.
But while he says Close Encounters of the Third Kind was speculative, this one, out nationwide June 12th, is the real deal.
It's easier for me to describe it as, my first film that will be, considered science fiction that I do not consider to be science fiction. It's much more reflective of the world as it is evolving and discoveries that are being made as we speak.
Spielberg says his belief in alien life has turned into a conviction, whose dreams of extraterrestrial life
E.T. phone home
have shaped all of ours. I'm Julie Walker.
More stories at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Giving college students a real-world look at product development. This is Jeff Gilbert with the Core Chronicles. Kristen Wall of the Argonne Laboratories is part of the EcoCar Challenge. It's 20 university teams competing to develop products over a 4-year period.
The 4 years is intentional. We design it so that it really reflects that real-world vehicle development process that is just like industry.
Some teams are working with GM on a connected electric vehicle. Some are working with Stellantis on a rugged off-road hybrid.
Our concept was that we wanted these two choices to reflect kind of the choices that consumers have in the marketplace.
The teams have different tracks for which they are awarded points. The team with the most points over 4 years is the winner. With the Core Chronicles, I'm Jeff Gilbert, CBS News.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
My name is Erica. My son, Kason, is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Truck season is here at Triple J Ford, and we're blowing out deals on America's toughest lineup. Drive off in a new Ford Maverick starting at just $33,995, or step up to the legendary F-150 starting at $44,995. Need more capability? Check out the Ranger, Super Duty, Bronco, Explorer, Transit vans, and more, with dozens available to choose from. And for a limited time, get a free $500 gas card with your qualifying Ford truck purchase. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, built Ford tough, built for Guam.
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Welcome to the show. This is Wave 105. We are KGUM FM, Dededo Guam. 2:07 in the afternoon. My name is Ryan St. Nicholas. This is the BrightSide, and he is the host of the show, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
And we do want to thank our sponsors, Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's more life, great food and memories happen here. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J. Right now at Triple J Ford, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com. Get pre-approved instantly. And GTA, we start with you.
Turning up the truth so we all can see. It's the bright side. Oh.
Welcome
to another Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Webis! 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com. We're going to be reaching out to the Guam Election Commission Director, Maria Pangilinan, because they have announced that they are bringing back its college poll worker program this summer. And they also shared that the program received national recognition for excellence in election administration. And so I wanted to just give Director Pangilinan the opportunity to share what this college poll worker program is. However, while we wait, I just want to thank Senor Hale, Dave Herrera of Hoggett. He gifted this Kulu to Wave 105, right? And so he's always on with Senor Ron Laguatnia from 4 to 6 p.m. For Oden Finitumoro, presented by the University of Guam Tomorrow Studies Program. And I appreciate him very much. It says he signed it as a gift, right? So it says Pauly Suba, Malak, or Malaktos 2026. And so presented by Hale. And so, again, thanks.
That's Matlack, right?
Matlack.
That is the name that they have given me. Yeah.
So that's an honor, too.
Yeah, it's called, in translation, it's Bright. Yeah, BrightSide. Yeah, I like the way they tied it in.
Right? Yeah.
So they're like, Ryan, you got to give us her name. I'm like, how about Gagu? So that we can bestow that name on you. I'm like, man, if it was up to me, I'll be sleeping right now. So yeah, let's go with Gagu.
That's pretty funny though.
Yeah, or Longat.
Well, who gives families their family name in Tomorrow? The community does, right?
So many,
because you don't give it to yourself.
No. I mean, like for instance, the name, from what I understand and what I was told, is derived from what the family is all about.
Characteristics of the family.
Yeah. So, like, if your family loves to sleep, like, familiar in my go right there, right? That's what they're known for, right? Or familiar in go live because they like to eat vegetables, stuff like that. But I don't know if that.
It's supposed to be endearing.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be offensive.
Yeah.
So even if you're familiar in Dotdu,
yeah,
that's still.
Well, I'm related.
That's still endearing, even though that's what you
you're right. Yeah, you're right about the it's supposed to be endearing and everything. But when I was growing up, my father's from Umatic, right? So they have like a lot of different family names, and so I was like. That's familiar.
I don't know one Southern family that doesn't have a Tomorrow last name, right? Or like
I'm related.
a family name.
My family.
You know them more as that.
Yeah, I mean
that's how you compare the Mendiola family from one and the other, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, so
because there are multiple Mendiola families.
You were there down at the Sablon reunion,
right?
You were hosting, and while I was there. I was getting to know different parts of the family, different branches, and I'm like, and they were like, and there's still more. Mm-hmm. There's still more. This is not even.
And if you don't have a Tomorrow name to your family, then they connect you to your ancestors.
Yes.
Like Frank and Ty Sablon.
See, like the beautiful lady that we're going to be putting on. Familiar in Kotla. I know this because I grew up in Again.
There you go. See that?
Miss Maria Pangilinan.
Half a day, director.
Half a day, Mr. Pauly Suba.
Half a day. Well, it's always an honor to be able to speak to you. I always gain more knowledge and information, especially when we're talking about Guam's favorite pastime, and that's election season.
Yes, Guam Super Bowl.
Yes. And so I wanted to talk to you about the college poll worker program. This is something that you've been doing for a while now at the University of Guam, right?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Yeah. And we're hoping, so we were scheduled to just do a fall program, but we were granted a 1-year extension, so we can do a summer program and a fall program where we can pay the tuition. We can pay for the tuition for 3 academic credits that can be used towards the public administration degree program, or if that's not the major of the student, they can use it as an upper division elective. And the course is PA, Public Administration 308, Elections Administration, and it's, according to the University of Guam catalog, it's offered every even year.
Okay. Well, that's good then, because that's every election, right?
Yes.
Every 2 years,
Yes.
right? Because we have an election every 2 years.
Yes.
Every even 2 years.
Even years, yes. And so what we do is, from the College Poll Worker program, we recruit college students to become precinct officials and hopefully for life.
Yes. You know what I really like about this is because, of course, there are poll watchers and whatnot that come from the poll worker program. They come from the different parties, but I've been finding out through this program they're they're bipartisan. They're not even affiliated. They just want to partake in this and partake in this exercise.
Yeah. So our students, so if when we put a final list of precinct officials together, we would indicate whether they're representing the Republicans or the Democrats, and in every precinct there should be either 3 Democrats or 3 Republicans. So they alternate.
Okay.
So it's 3 Democrats, 2 Republicans, or 3 Republicans and 2 Democrats, because there's 5 precinct officials per precinct.
Are they deciding that within the classroom?
No.
Oh.
These ones come from the parties,
Okay.
but I got permission from the commissioners who represent both parties to prioritize our students who get extensive training in elections administration.
Okay.
So if a student, we would follow up with students early on in our political season.
Yeah.
And we will follow up with them and see if they're interested in coming back.
Right.
And we have them fill out the application form and slot them in right away.
Okay. Because I was even talking to an individual that says that they were very interested, but they didn't necessarily consider themselves Democrat or Republican, but they definitely took your class.
So yes, so that what happens is they become priority in the realm of precinct officials.
Okay.
And so even if we work with the point of contact for both parties, and we sit with them and we show them the list of our students. And so far, there hasn't been any. They haven't looked. They've been very agreeable with the list of students that we have.
I don't see why they would, right? I mean, the more the merrier, right?
Yes. Yes. And so we get 30 contact hours in the classroom.
Yeah.
And then 15 contact hours is them being precinct official.
Nice.
So it's like an internship.
Sure,
so
yeah.
besides their tuition being paid for, they get a $500 stipend for being a precinct official.
Right. So that's on-the-job training.
That's correct.
Paid. Yeah, there aren't very many of those kinds of programs available.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pauly, I want to say something. I haven't stressed it since this season, but we teach it simultaneously to teachers. So there's PA 308, and then there's PD 894, Professional Development 894, Special Studies, Elections Administration, and we do ABCD. And so what it is our teachers can take it and use it towards their recertification or reclassification, and we pay again for their recordation fees.
That's good. That's another program that doesn't always that is not always available, because these teachers are always looking for more of those kinds of programs for recertification.
So it is a win-win situation for our students and for the Guam Election Commission.
Okay, and so these are usually, I mean, they've already went through college, right? But a lot of times they'll have a bachelor's degree, but in order to keep their certifications, this is to recert too.
Correct.
Yeah, nice. I didn't realize that. And so they're within the class with your PA 308 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so in the past, what we've done is we've used the teachers to mentor the undergraduate students.
Okay.
If when they're ready to write their paper, the teachers help them with the paper. The teachers, the students are partnered up with the teacher.
Wow. Is that how you got the award? Because I saw the release that you have been awarded a prestigious national award in 2025.
Yes, so kudos to Ana Ramirez, who put that together, and Brianna Borja. And so we did 2 times. We won twice for the College Poll Worker Program.
Oh, wow.
And we got a competitive grant that gave us a little bit of money to put this program together.
And so the award recognizes your efforts in recruiting poll workers, training poll workers, and retaining poll workers. Has it been difficult nationwide to do that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yes, it is, yes. And our median age here on Guam is 34.
Okay.
For our poll workers. Over there, it's like 60, 70.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. It can be difficult. It's not a very... I don't know. It's not one. It doesn't sound as exciting. However, here in Guam, I can't think of anything more exciting.
Yes, and so when I started here, the biggest thing was it's such a long day.
It sure is.
But I tell them about. Oh, you get to meet everybody because they're going to come in and vote. So people have told me that when they were precinct officials, they were getting paid $50.
Okay.
When I came in, it was $170. And so,
and now it's up to $500, right, for the whole day?
Yes, it's $500 now.
Yeah, that's a nice paycheck for a long day's work. And so it starts early, but I imagine, when I'm covering it in the media, the day goes by so fast.
Yes, it does, because, Pauly, we even feed them breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah. So you don't even have to, your breakfast, lunch, and dinner doesn't come out of that $500.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I know every now and then there's some concerns about getting paid on time. Has that been fixed, or maybe that just needed to be clarified?
Well, so we work, our Guam Election Commission's fiscal agent is Department of Administration. And so they've been upping their process too.
Okay.
And so now everything is direct deposit. So I'm thinking that as we prepare for this coming primary election, our staff here at GEC are working with DOA to ensure that every potential precinct official has a vendor number. So when that happens and we get the reports that they worked all day and did a good job, on Monday we will turn in their names and they'll start processing. So it's gotten so that we can probably announce in less than a month that the checks are out.
Okay. All right. And so when you say that they've done a good job, basically they stayed the whole day.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they turned in their ballots and they accounted for every single ballot that was issued.
And so what would disqualify them is what, like leaving and not return?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
We've had some times when they left, and if they leave, they don't get paid at all.
At all, right? So there's no saying, give me half since I worked half.
No, no. You were hired to protect the sanctity of the ballot, and if you don't, talk about performance, right? If you leave, that means you're not protecting the ballot.
That could also put a strain on the whole system, right? That exposes it.
Oh, absolutely. And hence, during the training, they have to come here for 3 hours of training. And the students that go to UOG, they have to also come into the 3-hour training because at that training, they will count the ballots for their specific precinct, and they will seal them. They will sign off on them so that come election day, they don't have to count in the morning. They just make sure that all their ballot packages still have their signatures and the seals are intact.
Understood. And so when we look at the whole system too, and especially this program, it's nothing short of impressive when you're comparing even some of the other jurisdictions. The fact that you were able to get these awards because they judge you based on effectiveness, public outreach, cost efficiency, whether other jurisdictions can replicate your program, and then positive results achieved. And so when they look at the Guam jurisdiction and say, you know what, they are the example, that means they can look at what you're doing and implement that in their own jurisdiction. That's pretty impressive.
And we get contacted to they ask us questions about that. We do go to a national meeting with the federal government every year with U.S. Election Assistance Commission, the grantor and the project people that give out these awards.
Yeah.
And so we talk to our peers and we exchange notes.
Right.
We also go to I try to go to the meetings of National Association of State Election Directors and the Election Center. The Election Center offers a program of national certification for election administrators. So here on Guam, 2 of us are certified as election administrators. In CNMI, one of them, the director, is almost, I think she has only 3 classes to complete her certification program. Yes.
You were, go ahead.
Pauly, we also won an award this year.
Oh, okay. So not just 2025. So you're 2-time champion.
This is our 3rd award.
Wow.
We've won two times for the College Poll Worker Program.
Okay.
And we've won an award this year. We won an award for our Homebound Services Program.
Okay, talk to us a little bit about that. I'm aware, but just remind me.
Okay, so we already started receiving calls about people who are truly homebound and are interested in voting at home because they're homebound. So what happens is they call us at 671-477-9791. We take down their information so that we can validate that they are registered voters. Come 1 month before election, maybe 3 weeks before the election, our deputized homebound officials will start going out to their homes. When our officials go to their houses, we already have an application for absentee ballot completely filled out. Our homebound voter will double check and make sure everything's accurate.
Right.
They sign off on it, and we can make them vote. If they are not registered yet, if they call us so that we can accommodate them before July 17th this year, that's the last day for registration, we can go to their home, get them registered, and vote at the same time. For our homebound voters, excuse me, their caregiver, one caregiver, can vote with them.
What does that mean, can vote with them? They're looking at the ballot together and...
Oh, no.
Oh.
They can be given a ballot so that they can vote at home.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yes. So some of our voters at the homes, some of them want us to help them.
Right.
When our deputized homebound officials are asked to help them, two of them have to help them.
I got it.
If it's a family member, one family member can help them.
Okay. Yeah.
And we try as much as possible to promote the secrecy of the ballot.
Right.
Our homebound officials may step out of the room or and give them the privacy of voting in secret.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense, too. And so when we look at, because you got the award, is this something that other jurisdictions are having a difficult time with? I can only imagine how difficult it is just to find these individuals, but they're the ones reaching out to you, right? And you have a whole roll of past homebound voters, right?
You know, in the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, they divided us by regions. So Guam belongs to the territories regions, and I think all the territories do have homebound services, which was fantastic for me to hear.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, are the other jurisdictions doing what you're doing with the stickers as well?
Oh, yeah. So that we learned from, I believe, South Carolina, where they had a contest among the school students.
Nice.
We took it a little further, and we had a contest from, I think theirs was only in the in one grade level. I don't know if it was elementary or middle. Right. For us, we took it elementary, middle, and high.
Yeah. No, I love the program because you're already teaching them civics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, teaching them responsibility and what it means to vote. And so maybe, of course, they can't vote yet, but they're already being introduced to it.
Yes, and so hopefully they accompany their parents when they go vote, and hopefully we get their parents energized to go and vote on Election Day or even at early voting.
Yeah. What is that? So you just reminded me. Okay, so you obviously encourage families to show up, but when an individual goes in to vote, what happens to their minors?
Oh, they can go with them to the voting booth.
They go right in.
We allow them to go to them. We allow the voter to bring his or her child to the voting booth. At early voting, I see them sitting down, so I would go up and talk to them.
Yeah.
But quite a few of them bring them to the voting booth.
I just never know. I have noticed the one sitting on the chair, and I wasn't sure if that was like, you got to go sit there while you wait for mommy or daddy. But okay, that's great to see.
It's mommy or daddy's prerogative.
Right. Got it. Yeah, well, that's great to see because if they're in the booth, they're watching the whole exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm always curious too. Where do you go visit all the polls on the day of? Where do you usually hang out during the day?
So I hang out in the office.
Okay.
So at 4:30 in the morning, all the buses are in line.
Yeah.
22 of them to go to each polling site.
Yeah.
So at 3:30, we're here.
Uh-huh.
Prepping with Guam Police Department. The Guam Police Department officers follow each bus to the polling site.
Yeah.
So we load up our supply bags, our ballot boxes onto these buses. At 5:30, we hope they're all gone. We come up to the office, man the telephones. Because at 5:30, our precinct officials may be calling to talk about some issues they may be having at the polling sites. So here, so remember, we're here at 3:30.
Right.
So we come upstairs at 5:30, and the phones are already ringing. The precinct officials, the precinct leader, is due to call us right before 7 when they're all set up, or if they're having issues with the classroom or the let's say the polling room, or maybe somebody did not show up, and so we'll guide them through we'll guide them through what they need to do. Also here, precinct officials, if a voter that shows up is not on the voter list, on the signature roster, we will guide them. They will call us. They will call us first. We will check and cross-check and recheck if they're registered to vote. If we find that they're not registered to vote, we guide the precinct official through the provisional voting process.
Got it.
And so, in our history is we see about 150 provisional ballots about every election. So those provisional ballots we have to try to cure. For example, if Pauly Suba forgot his ID, we cannot make you vote regular ballot. You can vote a provisional ballot. Then come on Monday, August 3rd, or you have 7 days to come and visit us. If you come and you present your ID, that ballot will be counted about 11, 12 days after the election.
Got it. There's a question coming in. What are the current numbers of registered voters as of today?
We have, hold on, I'm getting it.
No worries.
Over 60,000. As of April, we have 54,982. We have a new number for May. I don't have that in front of me yet, but I think we may be reaching 60,000 before the primary election.
Okay. And then has the Guam Election Commission seen an increase of new registered voters?
Okay. So we had the highest number in 24. And we attribute that to the motor voter registration, where people go to DMV to renew or get a new license or Guam ID. On that actual application for the license or the ID is a section we call motor voter registration. If they indicate that they want to register, and it's simple as a check mark, and sign their name on that section, they become a registered voter.
Maria,
our numbers have increased since motor voter.
Maria, hi, this is Ryan. I got a question. For our listening audience, there is a primary, there is a general, but when is the last day to register for the primary?
Oh, I have that.
July 17th.
Yep. July 17th. Okay. And then automatically after August 1st, you'll be registering for the November election.
At August 3rd, Monday.
Okay.
Registration will open again. Okay. And if they come to Weston to vote for the primary election between July 7th and July 17th, they can come in to register to vote and vote.
Yeah. Primary election, early voting starts July 7th. So do we know, is it at Weston?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So 2 weeks ago, I think,
Yeah.
right before our meeting,
Yeah.
our board meeting, we announced that we were going to award the bid the following week. So we awarded the bid to Westin Hotel on May 26th.
Right.
So that's where early voting is going to be, July 7th to July 25th, Tuesday through Saturday, 10 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock p.m. in the evening.
Understood. Director, are you able to just kind of clarify some things so we're not just assuming that Charlie and Jeff were unjustly not allowed to run in the primary? What exactly happened in your words, and how do we make sure this doesn't happen again?
So last year, there was a law before last year that said we have to use the name on the ballot must be the person's true name. Last year, they made the law more specific, and they said the name on the ballot and the name on the nominating petitions must be their legal name must appear. So we in coming to file their candidacy, they must present a real ID. From that real ID, we will get that name that appears, and if Pauly Suba's name is Pauly Suba, if that name appears on the nominating petition, that's okay. If you say Pauly Suba, better known as the boss, then that's okay. The boss can be there. We just watch out that the legal name is there. So what happened with Jeffrey and Charlie is some of their petitions had Jeffrey's legal name. Some of them only had Jeff. In every single item in the candidate's file, every single item had Jeffrey as his name, including the real ID, but there were several nominating petition sheets that only had Jeff. So the team asked us to bring it up to the commission level, and so we brought it up to the commission level, and they said, we need to follow the law.
Okay, and so if they had enough votes, then that could have just been the exception. If they had, because from my understanding, it was 3-3-1 or 2-2-1.
Okay, yes. So we only could count.
Or I'm sorry,
the nominating
4-1
petitions with the name Jeffrey. We could not count the ones with Jeff.
Let's say if the commission did vote in favor, though, does that allow, even though the law says what it says? Could they overrule
and that's
the law?
a hard question because we have good legal counsel, and throughout the process, the commission and myself talk with the legal counsel and get his advice.
Okay.
And we, the legal at that point in time and to today, the advice is, the legal opinion is, make sure it's a complete legal name.
Okay. So even if they wanted to, because they're like, I don't see why they shouldn't be allowed to, they just wanted to follow the law.
Yes.
Understood. All right. Well, thank you so much for clarifying that. I really appreciate it because you and I haven't talked about it since the situation. I remember, the photo op and everything. It's exciting when you see all of these people running, right? I mean, who doesn't want to see more options? I know you love more options.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so more options, more people show up to vote.
Right. Yeah. Is there anything else that I might have missed that you want to just make sure that our listeners know? Again, congratulations on all of these awards. I mean, you're the example to so many other jurisdictions that are mirroring what we're doing here in Guam, thanks to your entire team.
Yeah, I remember we have a very young team, so they have the energy. I just sit back and
Yeah.
I do what they ask me to do.
Yes. Again, the Election Commission says the program helps train future election workers, strengthen Guam's election system, encourage civic engagement among students, ensure elections are administered fairly and professionally, and build a pipeline of trained election officials for future elections. Is your class full already? Did the date already expire?
Yeah, and so we want, we need a minimum of 10 students for the summer for it to be, for it to run.
Sure.
So I think we're up to 6, and it's going to start on June 15th.
Okay, that's next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for putting this out there, because we hope to get our 10 students by tomorrow, because Pauly's talking about it.
Right. There you go. And it's at no cost, right?
Correct.
Because you're paying for it.
$500.
Yes. Yes, got it. Appreciate this, Director. We'll talk to you soon. And if we don't see you, if I don't see you before primary, it's probably because I see you at when it's time to early vote, because I definitely want to do that.
Okay, and make sure votes are express vote machines.
Yes, absolutely. And so we just need one form of identification, right?
Yeah, just one. One piece of identification.
And then this one always comes up, and I always forget the answer. What if it's expired?
We can accept it when you come.
Okay, so you'll accept an expired ID. That's a Guam ID, right? That's a
state-issued ID. I'm sorry, a government-issued ID.
Got it. Okay, well, that's great to know. I appreciate this very much, Director. Talk to you soon.
Gumas, Pauly, Suba,
Adjust. There you go, the Director of the Guam Election Commission, Maria Pangilinan. And so always just, again, able to, she's such a wonderful individual. Her and her team, they work so very hard, right? And so
very accessible. I'm telling you, you call her, she'll answer.
Right? Because she's always been available, because she recognizes the importance of getting this information out.
Yes.
The more we talk about the elections, the more people turn out to them.
Yeah, so she said as of April we had 54?
Yeah, and she believes that we'll get over the 60,000 mark by the time we get to the primary. As of April, 54,983. Obviously that's not, that there's a concern though. So we gotta do everything, exhaust all efforts to get these 54,000, as many of these 54,983 registered voters to come out to vote, because the reality is we're not even close. We're not even close to that number, the amount of people that show up. And so that's, again, why Maria Pangilinan has always been available, because she wants to see those numbers increase. And so we'll take the break now, 2:47 in the afternoon. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105.
We worry about the ingredients in our skincare today, but a century ago, women were literally risking their lives for a flawless complexion. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 4th.
To appreciate the transparency we celebrate on National Clean Beauty Day, you have to look back at the terrifying history of historical cosmetics. In the 19th century, the ultimate beauty standard was a pale, porcelain complexion. Women routinely applied Laird's Bloom of Youth, a popular liquid face whitening wash. Unbeknownst to consumers, the formula was heavily laced with toxic lead and arsenic. While it successfully whitened the skin, the heavy metals slowly absorbed into the bloodstream, causing severe health issues, neurological damage, and even partial facial paralysis. Thankfully, modern consumers can use chemistry apps to see what is in their favorite cleansers and creams, ensuring that our daily skincare routines are designed to heal our skin rather than poison our bodies or our planet.
And now we want tan.
Yes, it is true, right?
It's total opposite.
And of course, they probably knew that something's going on with the facial paralysis, right? I don't know. It seems weird to me.
Or they just thought that was life. We're also celebrating National Cheese Day and National Cognac Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
AirPods can protect your ears. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Trying to work in a noisy office, but there's just too much racket? Your AirPods can work just as well for blocking that noise as they do for delivering your favorite tunes. AirPod Pros have powerful noise cancellation technology that can turn them into robust, high-tech earplugs. They'll let through the sound you want to hear while blocking excessive noise. This can improve your experience even at live concerts, where crowd noise and excess volume can both damage your hearing and spoil the experience. And you'll find it works just as well on the subway, or hushing the rattle of equipment and that noisy office babble. If your AirPods Pro are version 2 or later, this feature's built right in. So why not give it a try next time you're somewhere noisy? With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
Truck season is here at Triple J Ford, and we're blowing out deals on America's toughest lineup. Drive off in a new Ford Maverick starting at just $33,995, or step up to the legendary F-150 starting at $44,995. Need more capability? Check out the Ranger, Super Duty, Bronco, Explorer, Transit vans, and more, with dozens available to choose from. And for a limited time, get a free $500 gas card with your qualifying Ford truck purchase. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, built Ford tough, built for Guam.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blas and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Wave
you mess around with your man. It's a shame the way you hurt me. It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. I'm sitting all alone by the telephone, just waiting for your call. But you don't call at all.
Welcome back to the show. Here's the number, 671-922-1051 or 2. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Sending it back to the host, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
Welcome back. Viva Jueves.
Viva.
It's Thursday, June 4th. This is the Wave 105. The community group, Protei Guahan, they're inviting the public to a forum on Saturday, June 6th at 3 p.m. And they will be discussing their concerns about the draft 2026 Guam Historic Preservation Programmatic Agreement. The meeting will be held at the Comisión y Finutsamoro Conference Room in the Bell Tower building in Hagåtña. Several community advocates, preservation experts, and organizers are expected to speak, including Baltazar Uggan, Ian Catling, Monica Flores, Dave Lotz, Jaron Saralu, and other community members and professionals. And so the programmatic agreement is a legal document that sets the rules for how military construction projects in Guam must address and protect ancient Samoan cultural sites, historic properties, burial sites, and ancestral remains, environmental resources, and cultural heritage areas. And so, again, this forum will take place Saturday, June 6th. That's this Saturday, 3 p.m., over at the Bell Tower building in Hagåtña. We have Joe Malik on the line?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Half a day, Joe Malik. Long time no talk. Senor.
Hello.
Half a day, senor.
Half a day.
How is everything?
Hello, ni Pauly say wala. Oh, I'm busy, man.
You're busy?
Busy. Trying to catch up with my bush selling.
It's been the last couple of weekends have been extremely hot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
I try to catch up.
Yeah.
Down the side. Yeah. Hard work.
Yeah, it sounds like you're at the ranch or no?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm at Ivan's house.
Okay, so you're just like hanging out outside with all of the chickens, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. What have you been up to? Did you watch the NBA Finals Game 1 today? Did you watch the Knicks win Game 1?
No, actually, I was watching the World War II.
Okay, so what, like in the History Channel?
The real one.
The History Channel?
The History Channel.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. What were they focusing on? On the European?
Mostly the Hitler's
okay, on that
Europe
side.
area.
Yeah.
And then Guam and the Philippines was mentioned by Tom Hanks.
Wow, what? Tom Hanks? He's narrating?
Yeah, he's the one narrating the World War II.
Okay. Did you watch Private Ryan, Saving Private Ryan?
And the Philippines was mentioned. General MacArthur. Mitchell was also involved in the carrier.
Okay.
Yeah. Tonight, I stay on it every night, like 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah.
So I want to catch up the history of World War II.
There you go.
And when they bombed Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt declared war. Because the U.S. is fighting the Hitler, the London, the Europe area, and then when they bombed, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, that's when the same unit, another unit. I was surprised that they have World War II. They have the pads, the star pads that I carry.
Yeah.
I was the division. I was with at BMD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's now World War II. They carry that pad. I think it started from that unit.
There you go. So it's part of your platoon's history then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially MacArthur. And I was wondering what MacArthur. I thought MacArthur is going to push from Korea Peninsula up to China.
What happened?
But I think President Roosevelt told him not to continue up to China because the Japanese government was also in China area.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they slaughter all the people there.
Yeah.
And there's two sections of the U.S. fighting two sections, Europe and the Pacific.
Yeah, there's some interesting documentaries when they talk about the war in the Pacific. All of those battles from one island to another, especially Solomon Islands was a big one too.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Guam and Saipan and Iwo Jima, but there were other ones all over. Even, there were battle. Yes. The ships.
The atomic bomb, Iwo Jima and Nagasaki.
Yeah, they loaded it off of the Tinian runway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm not too sure because this is last week. Midway. Now they call it Midway, but it actually is the beginning is Midway Island.
Yeah. Weren't there some Moros that were or Guamanians that were living on Midway when they were attacked?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were
They
killed.
were on I think.
Because there's a whole memorial with all of their names. And some of them are from Guam.
When I was going up to my stateside duty, we stopped by at Midway Island.
Okay.
And I was looking out because the pilot goes. I was the only passenger of the plane.
Yeah.
And, the pilot.
Why'd you
told
stop
me
there? Why'd you stop there?
To get down and use the bathroom. And I was wondering how come these guys are all covered up with mask and a white coverall?
Because it's mosquitoes, maybe, right?
No.
No, what?
It's chemical.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought that's quadulin.
No, it's Midway Island. Because from Guam, at Anderson, when I took off, at Anderson over to Midway Island.
Why'd you guys stop in Midway? This was a military plane?
I don't know. I was even surprised.
Yeah.
From Korea.
Uh-huh.
I rode single-handed. I'm the only passenger on C-130.
Oh, okay. So this is a military.
How was the pan?
Yeah. You're probably filling up or providing. You're probably providing some goods to Midway. But, Senor, I got to run because we're already at the top of the hour. You want to call back?
Okay.
Okay, Senor.
Yeah, I'll call back.
It's good hearing from you. I missed you. I was wondering if you were on vacation. I was like, maybe Joe Maulik went to go visit his brother in Colorado.
No, he called me.
Okay, Senor.
Either he called me or I'll call him.
Yeah. How's he doing? He's doing good?
Yeah, he's okay.
Does he want his...
He also, his next door neighbor is our neighbor before.
Oh, nice.
And he knows the name and the individual personally.
Does your brother want his hat back, or is he letting you keep it?
Which one?
The one with the stars.
Oh, no, he wants me to advertise his Silver Star.
There you go.
He
the
wants
Silver
me
Star.
to wear it
Okay.
on the 25th Infantry Division.
There you go. Wear it on Liberation Day in honor of him.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I try to not to wear it. I just wear my regular.
Yeah, because people will
There's
call
no
you
cap.
out and say that that's stolen valor. But, I mean, you're doing it for your brother, so.
Yeah, but I also put on the pin.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that Veteran of the Year pin?
Yeah. Yeah, I was there.
I put it on.
Nice.
On his hat.
Nice.
He's on the 35th Infantry Division in Vietnam.
There you go. Senor, I'm going to run. Thanks again. I'm glad that you called. Adios.
Okay.
KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Let's get you you ready for the AP News headlines?
Mm-hmm.
All right. 3:04 in the afternoon. Biba Webis.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The House has approved a war powers resolution that would halt the military action against Iran.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
But the next steps for the measure are uncertain, and President Trump's likely to reject it. Meanwhile, as U.S. and Iranian forces continue exchanging fire, ceasefire talks appear dormant. But the president says
the negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President.
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Earlier in the day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified before a House panel. Ed Donahue on where that went.
Before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, California Democrat Ted Lieu asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio about President Trump.
Have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep.
Lieu showed video of Rubio sitting next to the president at a cabinet meeting.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
Rubio responded.
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
So-
I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before
again.
the Foreign Affairs
You're lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking
Congress.
questions about sleep.
You're
This is
lying
a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio.
Lieu showed another video.
I don't even know how to respond to that other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous.
Rubio says you may not like President Trump's policies, but he is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired. Ed Donahue, Washington.
And North Korea says leader Kim Jong-un has visited a new facility to produce nuclear materials and announced plans to bolster the country's nuclear arsenal, quote, at an exponential rate. This is AP News. Coming to theaters.
Steven Spielberg's newest movie, Disclosure Day, returns the filmmaker to one of his most abiding questions: are we alone?
When the time is right, everything will become clear.
But while he says Close Encounters of the Third Kind was speculative, this one, out nationwide June 12th, is the real deal.
It's easier for me to describe it as, my first film that will be, considered science fiction that I do not consider to be science fiction. It's much more reflective of the world as it is evolving and discoveries that are being made as we speak.
Spielberg says his belief in alien life has turned into a conviction, whose dreams of extraterrestrial life
Phone home.
have shaped all of ours. I'm Julie Walker.
More stories at apnews.com.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dededo, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Great. Do you have a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org.
The road
A public
to
service
Adelup is
announcement.
set. This time, we sit down with Democrat candidates Senator Joe San Agustin and former Senator Dwayne San Nicolas. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 8 on the Wave 105 YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Since I met you, I begun to feel so strange. Every time I speak your name, that's funny. You say that you are so helpless too, that you don't know what to do.
KGUM FM, Dedido Guam, Wave 105. Thanks for tuning in. You got it locked on to the bright side. Here's the number, 671-922-1051 or 2. The phone lines are wide open. You can give a call and talk to this gentleman right here, the host of the Bright Side, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
We do want to thank Subway. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. And then you also have Triple J. Get that free $500 gas card when you drive home. Yes. With a new Ford truck, visit triplejguam.com. Get pre-approved instantly. And GTA, we start with you, as well as Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And so there's a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. Let me see here. There was a number of releases that came out. We can do this one. The Manyangin Memorial Foundation held a press conference at 2:30 today.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the update yet because this press conference was going to announce the keynote speaker for this year's Hasut Manyangin World War II commemoration. We were just talking about World War II with Senor Joe Maulik, right? And so every year we all go down to the Manyangin area, or the camp that's down there. And so that usually starts the commemoration ceremonies for liberation.
Yeah.
It always begins at Manyangin. So they didn't announce who this keynote speaker would be, just that would be announced today at 2:30. So I'm just waiting to see if there's an updated press release now that this press conference took place at 2:30 at the Guam Museum. The foundation is supposed to reveal this person that is selected to serve as the honored speaker for the 2026 Hasut Manyangin ceremony. This individual is a community leader, an advocate for World War II survivors and victims, a supporter of combat veterans, and someone who has dedicated time to preserving Guam's wartime history. The foundation, again, did not identify the speaker in the release, but said the individual has a strong connection to preserving the stories and experiences of those who lived through the war. Again, Hasut Manyangin is an annual remembrance ceremony that honors the thousands of Chamorro people who suffered during Japanese occupation of Guam. The event specifically remembers those who experienced forced marches, internment, forced labor, executions, and other hardships during the war. A major focus of the commemoration is remembering the people who were forced into the Manyangin internment, often referred to as the Manyangin concentration camp, near the end of the Japanese occupation. The ceremony is scheduled once again this year, July 5th. It usually is on July 5th. At the Manyangin Valley Memorial Site. And so usually the World War II survivors will be there, descendants of survivors, veterans, community members, historians, and advocates. According to Chairman Willie Flores, a former senator too, right?
Yeah. I remember
the speaker was selected because of his dedication to preserving Guam's history and advocacy for World War II survivors, victims, and veterans. This speaker will share lessons learned from Guam's wartime experience, discuss the impact of war on the island, and tell a personal story of resilience after the war. Encourage future generations to remember and learn from Guam's history. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing who is this keynote speaker. Again, a press conference took place around 2:30.
Is this person local?
It doesn't.
Or, wow.
Doesn't. They were like, it was a media invite. Obviously, we can't go because that's when we start our show.
I know, that sucks. Now.
So now I am just like, I'm left. If somebody has went and maybe the ceremony's over, let us know who it is. I'm expecting a release from the Manyangin Foundation to give us an update.
I try, during the time, like around June all the way up to July 21st, I normally take some time to go visit some of the sites, like, of course, the War Memorial
Well, the best
Park.
time to go is when they're doing the commemorations.
Yeah.
Because they'll go to almost all of them.
Yeah. I mean, last year when I was working down at Congressman.
Oh, then you went to all of them.
I went to all of them. Yeah.
You have no choice.
Well, regardless, it was something I actually wanted to experience.
Same. It's just a matter of schedule, because there are a lot.
Yeah. And Congressman James Moylan, he went to And if
Right.
not all of them, most of them.
Well,
and if not, then I was there.
He
right?
is expected to
Yeah.
go if he's on island,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
But yeah, if I had an opportunity to go to, this one is special, always special,
Yeah.
right? It sets the tone.
Mhm.
It is the most known one out
Yeah.
of them, just because of the impact and
I know
so many.
Agate had one
Hoggett
too.
has over at the Fenna Caves, and
Yeah.
that's special. They're all special.
And then Assen
I
at
can't
the Assen
really.
Beach, the governor was
Might
there.
be unfair to say that's, but it's the first one.
Yes,
the
the first
Manyangan one
yeah.
is the
it
first
kicks it
one.
off.
Yeah.
It kicks it off, and I believe there was also one in Chalampago, the Chalampago Bay, Pago Bay area. At that,
Yes.
yeah. And so it was.
Yes.
I mean, just being a part of it and being there, I was like, hey, man, this is actually nice, and just to go there and see it. But for me, what I normally do is go up to the where Nimitz is at, that War Memorial Park.
Right.
Just to go and read the names.
All
I see
the names.
Yeah, I see my dad's name there, my grandmother's, my grandfather's.
Because it's not
yeah.
just those that died; it's
Yeah,
everybody
that
that was
survived.
here in Guam
During that time.
that occupation.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, my grandparents as well. Their names are up there.
Mhm.
My
And so-
uncles and aunties.
It'll be interesting. I mean, to do it again. This time, I have like 2 dogs now that probably want to go out with me too now.
Right.
So
Some of them are a nice. They're a nice brisk hike.
Yeah.
Some you gotta hike to it, but they're not that difficult to go to.
Mhm.
And some are just right off the street.
Yeah, the one I did not attend was the one down in Mauricio at the Tinta Cave.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And I actually have an auntie that survived. She was one of the toddlers that survived, and my auntie Rosa, right? And she grew up having a hoarse voice because one of the bullets grazed her neck, and she doesn't talk about it. I mean, she passed on already,
Yeah.
but yeah, she was one of the survivors that happened there. I mean, happened during that time, and just you would sit down with her if she talks about it, right? She'll start talking about it for like probably 10 minutes, and then she'll just start tearing out, and because it was such a horrific experience for her to go through that at that age.
Yeah.
And mind you, all of her immediates, her mother, her father, they all passed away during that time. And the way it was set up, right, was the men were first, the women, and then the teens, and then the toddlers at the back.
Yeah.
And they were just shooting in, throwing grenades and whatnot. And, thankfully she was one of them that survived. Yeah. And I've never been to that cave yet, but hopefully if I do have time this year, I probably would make it.
Yeah,
I probably would go.
goose pimples all over your body.
Yeah.
It's especially when you know the story, when they tell you what happened here, and then you go up to the cave to show your respects. Like you can feel it. I mean, also up in Jigo, I forgot what it's called, but it's interesting how even the way the trees are lined up, you just know that this place is sacred. You can feel it.
Yeah.
I don't think I have ever felt something like that in other places that we weren't connected to. I've been to sacred places like Pearl Harbor, and you go to where and so there you feel it for sure.
Yeah.
But there's something different just because that this is where your ancestors
Exactly.
were massacred, or this place is sacred because it's in your blood. And so in your soul, like I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah.
I felt the same way when I went to Pagan. There's no way to describe it except that you kind of have like this spiritual awakening. Because I had my other colleagues that were with me that don't have that same connection, and they're running around just swimming in the ocean and just loving every minute just based off of that.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the same kind of feeling that I had, that I didn't have before I got there. So it was very strange, because I'll tell you, I take a lot for granted. I have so much regret because I didn't really think that my culture was a part of who I was. I was definitely very just like, here we are in the modern age, who needs that? Why do I need to go back in time?
Yeah.
But when I got to Pagan, like that all changed.
It's you know how you're feeling. I feel the same way when I would talk to a lot of people that actually lived, like former Senator Tony Palomo, right? Historian, loved this guy, and this guy was just telling me everything that happened when he was young, because he was in his teens at the time, and he was telling me, he was like, yeah, one day I just saw a bunch of planes with red dots, and they were dogfighting on Guam. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah.
That's also Miss Casper Bauer.
Yeah.
She said the same thing when she was like 7 years old.
Exactly.
They were at Mass, remember? They were all at Mass.
Yeah.
For Santa Maria and Camelin.
Yeah.
And that's what she saw. She looked up into the sky and saw
saw these Japanese Zeros and airplanes and whatnot. But
bombing all of Guam.
Yeah, and it's funny because, you know, you had Joe Malik talk about him watching the History Channel. Before I came to work today, I was actually watching the signing of whatchamacallit again, Japan and the United States on the USS Missouri battleship, you know, where Japan had to capitulate. We're surrendering now. And everything, I mean, it was very interesting because everything was down to the detail, because it was General MacArthur at the time, right? He oversaw everything from where the cameras are going to be angled to where the Japanese officials need to sit, and you know, because at the same time, right? You know, you have these Japanese with the samurai, you know, spirit and everything that don't give up. We're not, you know, but so not to offend, but still be firm, right? He made it in a way where they can still come. They need to do this. They know they need to do this, but we don't want to offend their culture. And rightfully so. Everything that they did was right on the money with what General MacArthur wanted. And as you know, it was there were a lot of these generals that gave up. That surrendered to Japan, earlier on during the war, and they ended up becoming prisoners of the Japanese. Well, he had I think 2 generals that surrendered and ended up becoming a prisoner of war right behind him, you know, during the signing, just to show the Japanese, like, you know, our spirit is just as strong as yours, and you know, and. So it was just interesting. I mean, it was so coincidental that Joe Malik was watching something and I was watching something pertaining to World War II. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. And then, of course, you know, it starts off with that very solemn mood, right, with Menengan, and then it ends off on the 21st.
I remember they used to have these in the hundreds, the march, to show respect to those that did march. I know those numbers have gone down. So many of our World War II survivors, they're no longer with us.
Yeah, they're not that
the
much.
ones that are with us today, they were just mere babies. You know, they were infants, toddlers. At probably the oldest that are with us is maybe 14 or 15. I don't think any adults are with us anymore.
If my dad was...
Because it was 82 years ago.
Yeah, if my dad was here, he would be 87, 88 years old.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's why I'm saying it's teenagers and down. Those are the war survivors that we have today with us. And so I don't expect Joe Malik, who was born after the war, to even do this march. You know what I'm saying? So you have some people that are a little bit older than Joe Malik that will come, but there's only a handful.
It's only a handful.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then speaking of that, of the Liberation Day, right? The Office of the Governor, they have put out they've made it official. They've opened registration for the 82nd Guam Liberation Day Parade.
Okay.
Again, which will take place on July 21st in Hagåtña.
What is the theme?
Pata y Honra, Pata y Gloria.
Okay.
From our Guam hymn, right? Yeah, and this is not the first time that we've used it. I think Finogi Tomorrow was the theme before.
I think every year they're going with a different
They're just going to go with another line. It can be difficult to come up with a theme, right? Because you want to be respectful.
Yeah.
You want to come up with something that has that that follows along with the liberation, and so I mean I guess it makes sense that you would just pull from the Guam hymn.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it does. It does.
Yeah.
I mean, it shows like, look, we need to remember, but at the same time, we are celebrating where we are at today.
Yeah, for sure. So again, Pada y honra, Pada y gloria. That is for her honor, for her glory. According to the governor's office, the theme is intended to honor both the sacrifices and resilience of Guam's wartime generation and the responsibility of future generations to preserve and build upon that legacy. Governor Luliangaro says the theme honors those who survived the occupation without losing their identity, culture, faith, family ties, or sense of community. She said that after liberation, Guam's people rebuilt not only roads, buildings, and infrastructure, but also the island's spirit. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio says that Pada y honra represents living in a way that honors the sacrifices and strength of previous generations. Pada y gloria represents building a future worthy of those sacrifices. And so when it comes to the parade, the governor's office is inviting a wide range of groups to participate. So that's village orgs, nonprofit groups, government agencies, cultural organizations, military units, private businesses. I know Foremost and Coca-Cola, they're always in the parade. People follow that Foremost truck everywhere because, I mean, on a hot Liberation Day, what do you want most is the Foremost ice cream.
Yeah.
They give a whole lot of that for free.
That is nice.
So I don't even want candy. I just want that ice cream out of that truck, right? But so
are they doing it this
every year?
Nice,
every year.
Nice. Okay.
And then you've got other community groups that join, right? And so many different. I mean, it's wonderful. I get invited every year. I hope they invite me again because PBS streams it live.
Yeah.
And so
you were one
somebody
of the commentators.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is like the best honor.
Yeah.
There isn't a better honor, and so I'm always grateful when they do ask other media. Sometimes they'll join with our friends from KOAM, together because that's what it's about. It has nothing to do with, what media team are you from? We're doing
who's
this
number
for
one.
Right. We're doing this for our community.
Yeah.
Right, and so we're providing play-by-play and information, and we get the opportunity to interview or sit down with the governor or some of these military generals and admirals, right? And so that to me is like humbling. Here I am, this kid that just like, not just, I don't know, has no business sitting next to an admiral.
Yeah.
But here you are, and so that's humbling to be able to have that opportunity. And when the whole, not just Guam, but our family members all over the world is watching this parade because it's something we can all relate to, right? I mean, we all remember as kids going to the Liberation Day parade, and some of us have left the island, and so they're always still connected. They always want a portal back to their home, and so when PBS streams this live on Liberation Day, that is their portal back home.
Yeah.
They get to watch it. The numbers are astronomical, how many people watch all over the world this parade. And it's because they want to see what it looks like at home. They want to see their cousins march down the Marine Corps Drive.
Yeah.
They want to see some of the village floats.
And then not to mention well, I remember back in 1986, right? It was probably one of the best parades ever because everybody turned out. And the reason for that was not just to take part in the celebration, but that was election year. And all the camps, all senatorial candidates, they all came out and their supporters came out. So what did we do on our 80th? About 30,000 people down there? right?
I don't remember the numbers, but it was a
Yeah,
lot.
There was a lot of people. The last time I saw, where traffic was bad, was back in the 50th.
Oh,
anniversary.
yes. I remember. I was a kid. I was there in the 50th.
That was so bad, the traffic.
Yes.
Right after it ended. And mind you, it was one of the
in middle
longest.
school.
It was one of the longest parades because it was the 50th. And so a lot of people were coming in. A lot of businesses took part in it.
Yes.
A lot of the government agencies, mayors, everybody took. I think the parade was probably roughly about 3.5 hours long. And then the traffic getting out of it. I was on West Bryan Drive, and I was stuck in traffic for like 2 hours. But what made the being stuck in traffic a little bit more enjoyable was they were having fireworks.
Yes.
So hopefully they do the fireworks again.
Oh, they're definitely cannot have.
Yeah.
I would rather if you have to budget and say, well, we can only have fireworks on one day. I'm picking fireworks on Liberation Day over New Year's Eve. I'm sorry.
But, remember, it is the 250th.
4th of July?
4th of July, right? And
So the federal government better pay for that one.
Well, I know that Speaker Frank.
I saw that.
I actually want to call that guy. And it's like, dude, what are you planning?
What are
What's
the plans?
going on?
Because I did see his letter, and it doesn't necessarily say what they are yet.
Yeah.
That's sooner than liberation.
I think I'm gonna text him right about now and ask him.
Let me just get through this, right? Again, registration is open to participate in the Liberation Day Parade. And so you can register and drop off your payment. I didn't see how much it costs. It didn't share in the release. However, obviously you can get the registration materials by emailing register.liberation.parade@gmail.com. register.liberation.parade@gmail.com. But registration deadline, again, is July 7th between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at the Guam Museum. There is a mandatory safety briefing, on July 15 at 6 p.m., also at the Guam Museum. Registration packet includes the registration form, rules and regulations, participation fees, waivers, deadlines and reminders, and judging criteria, right? Because for the floats, it is a competition, especially with the villages. The village float competitions, more fun. Those that to me is more competitive. When it comes to government agencies, it's practically going to go to the airport or the port. It's one of the no one else is going to win besides those two, right? It's the port.
Give everybody a chance.
They don't. It's not me. The port and the airport, they just blow everybody away.
Yeah, and mind you,
maybe GPA's up there.
Yeah, GPA's up there, but mind you, those two agencies are.
Well, look who's behind it. JQ Kanata. Have you seen his house on Christmas Day?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then of course.
And then Rory and all of the stevedores.
Yeah.
So it's expected for them.
Yeah. So and they're like, they're both former senators.
Right.
And they both know what it takes to get people's attention. So.
Yes.
So yeah, you can bet it's going to be very competitive.
I don't see any other. DOA probably doesn't even put a float together because they just know they have no chance against Rory and JQ. But the villages, there's Santa Rita Sumai is usually up there, but I don't think they won last year. I think maybe Barragata won. Barragata was impressive. I was very impressed with Barragata. They reused the original Chief Kapua, and they put them on the float. They put him on the float, right? Because they found a use for him.
Mm-hmm.
The Chief Kapua that fell over, they put him on the float. Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't they have like two? They had like two Chief Kapua displays, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Inalahan did pretty good. Manilao always does amazing, right? Obviously, Santa Rita Sumai is going to compete. And if they didn't win last year, they're definitely going to want to get it back.
Yeah. But okay, so what do they win if they do?
It's money. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
They definitely win money, though.
Okay.
But it's more so bragging rights. Like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Santa Rita rules.
Right? No, Zotnya rules.
Zotnya rules.
They don't even need to
You know
compete.
what?
They don't even need to compete in the parade.
I would be very impressed if they somehow take that Carabao
And put it on
the float and then bring
it right back.
Yeah, that is like the ultimate Zotnya rules right there.
All right, let's. We didn't take the break yet.
Not
right?
yet, not
All right,
yet. We'll take the break. Yes.
I'll put the registration link on our YouTube channel.
Yes, and I just got off the phone with Speaker Frank. He's in a meeting, but he will give us a call or he'll text me and let me know when he's out.
Yeah, we'll share that information on the other side because you're right. To the 250th anniversary of America, and we celebrated first, being that we are where America's Day begins. So we'll do that on the other side of these right here on Wave 105.
We worry about the ingredients in our skincare today, but a century ago, women were literally risking their lives for a flawless complexion. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 4th.
To appreciate the transparency we celebrate on National Clean Beauty Day, you have to look back at the terrifying history of historical cosmetics. In the 19th century, the ultimate beauty standard was a pale, porcelain complexion. Women routinely applied Laird's Bloom of Youth, a popular liquid face whitening wash. Unbeknownst to consumers, the formula was heavily laced with toxic lead and arsenic. While it successfully whitened the skin, the heavy metals slowly absorbed into the bloodstream, causing severe health issues, neurological damage, and even partial facial paralysis. Thankfully, modern consumers can use chemistry apps to see what is in their favorite cleansers and creams, ensuring that our daily skincare routines are designed to heal our skin rather than poison our bodies or our planet.
And now we want tan.
Yes, it is true, right?
It's total opposite.
And of course, they probably knew that something's going on with the facial paralysis, right? I don't know. It seems weird to me.
No, or they just thought that was life. We're also celebrating National Cheese Day and National Cognac Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Registering a domain name on the web? You should know about Pairnick. Pairnick offers .com names at a great price with quality service you expect. Because Pairnick is powered by internet leader Pair Networks. Whether you need a domain name for business or personal use, Pairnick is your best choice. Remember Pairnick when you need a domain name. That's PAIRNIC.com. Pairnick.
3:41 in the afternoon, and right about now it's time to check the roads of Guam, see how your daily commute is going, and he is going to help you move forward along with AutoSpot, Mr. Pauly Suba.
All right. I do see some minor congestion over by the Guam Veterans Cemetery. And it doesn't really matter, though, if you continue north or south. Everything gets a whole lot easier for you. Also, Route 4 is nice and easy. I don't see too many issues there. Neither on 8. To be honest with you, I think we're not going to see too many troubles until we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour. But, of course, anything can happen between now and then. And so give us a call, 671-922-1051 or 1052. Let's just continue to look out for each other, and we should be good to go. Once again, you're helping you move forward on a Thursday afternoon. That is Guam AutoSpot. Schedule that test drive today. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
Guam is building the future, and the right conversations start here.
SCME Guam Post invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum happening July 28 through 30 at the Dusit Tani Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SCME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adelude continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. But when I see you hanging about with anyone, it's not unusual to see me cry.
Welcome back to the show, 3:45 in the afternoon. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Ryan Nicholas. Always a pleasure picking up this gentleman right here, the host of the show, Mr. Pauly Suba.
And don't forget, we celebrate Father's Day here on Wave 105, honoring our first heroes. Here's your chance to win your dad a special bundle package from our proud sponsors, Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, Auto Works, Jollibee, Proline, Cream and Butter. And to participate, send a text to our WhatsApp line, 671-922-1051. 922-1051. I know some of us can be shy and don't really want to pick up the phone and share, right, over the air. And I understand that. So, I mean, this is the world. This is how we communicate now. So I don't... feel free, 671-922-1051. We're not giving away a prize today, but we are soon. If you submit already, what we do is we take those submissions, those texts, and we store it all together, and then we just basically vote for who we think has the best story. And sometimes it really just, it's eeny-meeny, because I don't know how to pick a best story, right? Because I'm just like, They all make me happy, right? Especially when we're talking about our dads.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you one story. I mean, it was like one of the worst days of my life, going to the beach. And he's like, today I'm going to teach you how to swim. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he just throws me in the water and is like, all right, now paddle back to me. I'm like, what the heck? Are you serious? I'm swallowing all the water and all of that. I'm screaming. There's a lady sunbathing like 500 feet away. I'm like, help me, my dad is trying to kill me. You know, I learned to swim that day.
I lost cool dad status when I did this to my daughter, right? it was the first day of school, and it was the first day at Notre Dame. So I went to go drop her and everything, and of course, I was like, I'm going to do this, just to break the ice, break the nervousness of her first day. So I full blast Chamorro music and everything while I parked right in front of the main entrance.
There you go.
And she's like, Dad, I'm never going to talk to you again. And I think I was playing J.D. Crutch or something. Now, of course, that for a kid that age, that was embarrassing. She was like, 15 years old? She never forgave me after that. And then, of course, naturally being the cool, losing the cool dad status, I'm like, since I lost it, I'm going to pick her up again and do the same thing after school. So for all you would-be fathers right now, or new fathers, please do that to your kids.
There you go. So up for grabs, $20 gift certificates for lunch to Roots Hills Grill House. If you've never been there, maybe you have. It's been a while since you've gone. You definitely should check it out. So $20 lunch gift certificate. Either to go either on a Friday or a Saturday at Roots Hills Grill House. We're also giving away $10 gift certificates to Jollibee. Yeah, heck yeah. We'll give away a $60 package from Cream and Butter. That's where I get my haircut from Jolis. There's also Pauly he's great. Al is amazing too. So we've got a $60 gift certificate from Cream and Butter. We also have...
One day I plan to go there.
Yeah.
When I can afford it.
The thing about them is...
but they are really good, though.
I've been going to Jolis for... maybe before COVID. I was going to Jolis before COVID. I was going to him when he first started cutting. When he didn't even own his own barbershop.
Nice.
And I knew right then and there, like, bro, you should just open up your own shop. Everybody's here for you anyways.
Yeah.
Because they were called the Butter House Boys.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even their shop. But everybody knew it was Al, Pauly, and Jolis.
Yeah.
So
I'm old school, man. I'm from the Little Tommy's barbershop.
I was there too.
And if you remember, right over there,
I didn't want to go anywhere else, but unfortunately, my guy left us, so I had to find somewhere else.
Now, everybody in the '80s, I'm pretty sure all the fathers that were back then, they would know too that Andy's,
yes,
in right near Skinner's Plaza, that was my dad always took me down there. Yeah, but. Yeah, I'm from that old school, so it's like $5.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't do anything more than $20.
Well, I don't even know anybody else that does less than $20, 20 and below.
Oh no, there were my current.
You still
barber,
have? Okay, keep them a secret then.
No, my current barber was at first it was 15, then it went to 18, and then it was like, okay, as of May 1st, we're gonna raise it up to 20, and I'm like,
yeah,
oh my
I don't know
gosh,
anybody anymore, at least for grown men. That cut hair for less than $20. I just don't. And then not only that, but I also need some grooming, for my beard too. Yeah. And so Jolis takes care of it also.
I mean, their justification is basically for the war, the oil, everything. Everything goes up, right? Goods go up and everything. But
trust me, you get your hair cut by Jolis, you'll never want to get it cut by anybody else.
No, and that's what I'm afraid of. That if I go over there, I'm going to be suckered in, man. Because I've seen the work that they've done, and I'm like, man, hold on for a second.
Like you get treated like VIP. You know how the ladies, they love their salon, right? And it's like, they leave at 10 and then they don't come back till 2. I'm like, where have you been?
Yeah.
Like at the salon for that long?
Yeah. Well,
you'll find yourself not even getting your hair cut and sitting there because of the conversations that you're having and listening to the music. And they're also serving you drinks.
I mean, that place is so good that they look at your face, that whether or not you have a square, chiseled, face or not.
Yes.
If your face is round, they're gonna match your hairstyle.
Yes. So before Jolis even cut my hair, it's funny because I used to manage bars down in Tumon, and
Yeah.
Jolis would come and party, right? And so when I finally did get in his chair, he goes, "Dude, ever since I met, I already know how to cut your hair." I'm like, "How?" I'm like, "Cause I seen you out in the clubs, and I told myself, if I ever cut that guy's hair, this is what I'm gonna do."
All right.
And then when he did it, I'm like, "Dude, I never want to get my hair cut by anybody else."
Okay, I'm gonna drop some names if I ever do. Pauly said to go to you.
Yes.
All right.
Uh-huh.
You can look at my face.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yes. Yeah, he's a natural. I think he was wanting to be a police officer at one point. I think he went to the whole Balea program, right? But then he found he was cutting hair to pay for his schooling. And then he just said, "You know what? I
think I make more than I think I would make more if I was
can just do
to do this
this
than to go to police force."
And what's cool is Pauly, Jolis, and Al, they've known each other since they were kids. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
They're really good people.
Yeah, like I said, those are the ones that you really, those guys aren't messing around. It's like, okay, that guy has a Brad Pitt face, so he needs a little shave on the side, maybe long on the top.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Up for grabs also, AutoWorks, $50 gift certificate.
Nice.
To AutoWorks. ProLine, $25 gift certificates. And it really depends on who's giving these away. Because Spell over at Power 98, he's going to give away. Ed Suarez, Power 98, he's got the morning show. Dice does the afternoon show on Power 98, depending on, some of them are more giving than others.
Yeah.
Right? They'll bundle this, and sometimes if you're the winner for the day, you'll get pretty dang close to $100
sucks because
worth of stuff.
We can't,
No, you can't.
We can't win.
No.
Man. It's a conflict of interest.
Let me see here. The first they're gonna give away, the 8th is the earliest. When will I give away? I'm looking at the list here. The first time I give anything away is gonna be on the 9th.
Okay.
And I am giving away a $60 haircut
Wow.
from Cream and Butter on the 9th.
Nice.
And so we'll keep track of this, and so depending on the day and who's giving away, we'll share so that you're listening at the time. So you have a very good chance of winning, whether it's on my show or Patty's show or even on our sister stations too. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody that you won on 2 stations. Just don't tell me that you won on a different station, because then now you're messing with my the right thing to do is to not, right?
Yeah.
But if I don't know you won on Power 98, then don't tell me.
Yeah. Because by virtue of knowing that's
Right.
it's unethical.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Pauly and I can't win anything
Right.
because there is a major conflict of interest. We work here.
Right.
And I think that's something that the legislature has to learn about conflict of interest. Sorry. Bad Ryan.
Let me see this before we get to the break, right? We got a few more minutes. Again, that resolution from Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. About the 250th anniversary and observance of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, right? He said this makes Guam's participation especially meaningful in the nationwide celebration because, again, we are where America's Day begins. We will be the first to celebrate Independence Day on July 4, 2026. So we are going to be the ones launching the nation's year-long 250th anniversary observance, right? And so the resolution recognizes more than a century of service by the people of Guam, including military service by generations of Guamanians, public service and civic contributions, loyalty to the United States during times of war and peace, the sacrifices made by Guam residents during Japanese occupation of Guam during World War II, those who lost their lives while serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. Speaker Bloss says Guam residents have consistently answered the nation's call to serve and have demonstrated a strong commitment to American values. And so he's encouraging schools, veterans organizations, community groups, government agencies, and residents to participate in activities marking America's 250th anniversary. He said the anniversary is an opportunity to not only celebrate the nation's history, but also to educate younger generations about Guam's role in that history and inspire future service and civic engagement. The overall message is that Guam and the United States share a long and interconnected history. The resolution seeks to honor the people of Guam for their loyalty, service, and sacrifices while celebrating America's 250th birthday. Speaker Blas says that as the first American community to welcome July 4, 2026, Guam has a unique opportunity to help begin the nation's celebration and to recognize the contributions of generations of Guamanians who have supported and defended the United States of America. And so it doesn't state what those how we are going to mark the anniversary or how we will celebrate or what events will take place.
Well, isn't the governor doing something with a time capsule or something like that?
Yeah. I didn't get an update. Yeah, I do remember her talking about, I think it was the lieutenant governor that was talking about it while she was off island.
Yeah.
That they'll pull a time capsule that was buried a couple years back, and they'll pull it out on 4th of July.
But aren't we supposed to be giving something for? Yeah.
That happened already.
Okay.
Yes,
All
that
right.
they are going to put that in the time capsule. I don't know where exactly they're gonna. I think they're gifting it if they haven't already. It's like a coin. Yeah, I forget.
Guam. It's all Guam.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Guam coin.
And it's all going to be put in, like all the states and territories are all gifting, right? And that
To
will
be
go in
open
the, I
another
think 250 years
from
later.
now, yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, I do remember that. I just don't have all the details. But I know that there is supposed to be a time capsule that we're going to open up too. And I think that's coming up soon as well. I don't know. I'll research it. But we'll take this break.
Yeah.
I do want to try to get a hold of Senator Shangu Matautau. There's a couple things.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, his bill passed on the drones, right? I think it increases the fines if you fly drones over DOC.
Yes.
And so I know that that's something that we can talk about. But there are a number of things that I wanted to ask him about if he's available.
Yes, I will try to reach out to him.
All right, so we'll take the break. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Here comes the headline news from the Associated Press.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The House has approved a war powers resolution that would halt the military action against Iran.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
But the next steps for the measure are uncertain, and President Trump's likely to reject it. Meanwhile, as U.S. and Iranian forces continue exchanging fire, ceasefire talks appear dormant. But the president says
the negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President.
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Earlier in the day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified before a House panel. Ed Donahue on where that went.
Before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, California Democrat Ted Lieu asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio about President Trump.
Have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep.
Lieu showed video of Rubio sitting next to the president at a cabinet meeting.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
Rubio responded.
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
so,
I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before
again.
The Foreign
You're
Affairs Committee
lying
of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking
Congress.
questions about sleep.
You're
This
lying
is a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio.
Lieu showed another video.
I don't even know how to respond to that, other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous.
Rubio says you may not like President Trump's policies, but he is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired. Ed Donahue, Washington.
And North Korea says leader Kim Jong-un has visited a new facility to produce nuclear materials and announced plans to bolster the country's nuclear arsenal, quote, at an exponential rate. This is AP News. Coming to theaters.
Steven Spielberg's newest movie, Disclosure Day, returns the filmmaker to one of his most abiding questions: are we alone?
When the time is right, everything will become clear.
But while he says Close Encounters of the Third Kind was speculative, this one, out nationwide June 12th, is the real deal.
It's easier for me to describe it as, my first film that will be, considered science fiction that I do not consider to be science fiction. It's much more reflective of the world as it is evolving and discoveries that are being made as we speak.
Spielberg says his belief in alien life has turned into a conviction, whose dreams of extraterrestrial life
phone home
have shaped all of ours. I'm Julie Walker.
More stories at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
.03 in the afternoon. Welcome back to the show. It's about that time we check out the roads of Guam, assist you with your daily commute as we help you navigate through it. We help you move forward here on Wave 105. And the man to do it, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
All right, yeah. So, again, I don't see too many issues, obviously, over at Airport Road coming down 1. There is mild delays there, and usually, even during the midday, you'll still see some of that. It is starting to pick up, though. But once you do get onto Marine Corps Drive and go north or south, it's nice and easy. Continuing south onto Route 4, Chalon, Kenton, Tossie, I don't see too many issues going through Salampago, Ordon. Over by the Route 4, Route 10 intersection, that's easy as well. Passing through Father Duenas and UOG and GCC. I know Southern High had their graduation ceremony today. Viva Dolphins!
Viva!
So that's already done. If it's anything like JFK, it was extremely difficult to get out of the UOG parking area around 12:30, but obviously it's already 4, so there isn't a problem there. It doesn't take that long to get out. I just wish that they hired like the police officers, or I don't know, maybe the mayor's offices to help that traffic get out of, we know we have the schedule already for all of the schools that are graduating. And when you see that many people congregating in one area, and there are only 2 ways out, 3 ways out, it is extremely difficult, right? So hopefully we learn from that one. Once again, helping you move forward on this Thursday, it's Guam Auto Spot. Schedule that test drive today. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Changes to DNA that are added on top of the baseline order of its building blocks are known as epigenetics, and these changes are implicated in a number of diseases and conditions, including pancreas cancer. Now, a Johns Hopkins study points to specific changes and how they show up in cell regulation as one culprit in driving the disease. Kimmel Cancer Center Director William Nelson at Johns Hopkins says there is a practical aspect.
The challenge, the mechanisms for epigenetics are quite complex. Remember, you have the same genes in your eye that you do in your toe, yet your eye is nothing like your toe. So it's all related to which genes you use and which genes you don't. And that's true of every cell in your body has the same genome in it. It's really quite amazing. When that process goes awry in cancer cells, it's going to be complicated. And this is an example of how trying to pin down specific mechanisms, providing opportunities perhaps to intervene productively for treatment.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide.
He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kaysen is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
We are all for first-time guests and longtime friends. All for First Light and Starlight. For road trips and trail runs. All for mountaintops and monuments. River bends and battlefields. We're all for showing up and giving back. To protect, to preserve, to pass it on. All parks depend on us, and we're all for parks. Join us at nationalparks.org/allforparks.
Truck season is here at Triple J Ford, and we're blowing out deals on America's toughest lineup. Drive off in a new Ford Maverick starting at just $33,995, or step up to the legendary F-150 starting at $44,995. Need more capability? Check out the Ranger, Super Duty, Bronco, Explorer, Transit vans, and more, with dozens available to choose from. And for a limited time, get a free $500 gas card with your qualifying Ford truck purchase. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, built Ford tough, built for Guam.
All the late nights, all the sacrifices, all the coffee. This moment is yours. Celebrate big at Guam Plaza Resort in Cajita or Blue Coral Ballroom. Contact Guam Plaza Resort today or stop by our food and beverage office and let's celebrate together.
All summer long, Chili's Party Platters make celebrating easy and delicious. Perfect for grad parties, family gatherings, or anytime you're feeding a crowd. Available for pickup or for delivery. Only at Chili's. Great value and memories happen here.
The road to Adelup is off and running. This time, we sit down with Republican candidate Speaker Frank Blass and Dr. Mary Okada. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 7th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
To the show, 4:10 in the afternoon. Your KGUM FM, Dedido Guam, Wave 105. 671-922-1051 or 2 is the phone line number. Give us a call. Got to send it back to Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
And we do want to thank our sponsors, GTA. We start with you. Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food and memories happen here. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. And Triple J, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. To the phone lines we go?
Yes, we have Senator Sean.
Oh, nice.
Hafa
Day, Senator.
Hey, good afternoon.
I appreciate the opportunity. First, I wanted to just touch on the governor signing Bill 191, now public law 38128.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm very appreciative of the governor, at least assisting the Department of Corrections in this particular measure, because they asked for it, and helping them to try to battle some of the contraband going into the prison via this particular technology. And, I do appreciate the governor's action, amongst the other actions that she had over the last few days. So But specifically on this bill.
And it increases the fines, right? Well, first of all, did it ever ban drone activity over DOC? Because that's a no-brainer.
Well, it seems that in earlier policies, it just seemed to have it was there, but didn't have much teeth. But now the fines are significant in terms of if you choose to, for nefarious reasons, try to put a drone over the adult correctional facility in Manila or even the Haggaña detention facility. If you choose to do so, that and especially if and when you were, if you're caught, the penalties are significant. And Pauly, I think for many of us, if we're not going to be able to build a prison right away, I know that's been like a bone of contention, at least with me trying to get this done over the last, 18 months.
Right.
At least if we're able to at least penalize those who may use the drone technology over our prisons, then there will be a very big price to pay. In terms of when you think of the actual offense, for sure the fine is not less than $1,000, which will go right into the corrections revolving fund, which will allow and it's a felony, which will also allow for them to use those, it's a misdemeanor. Then it also allows us to use that money to help find ways or means to combat drones flying over. I think, I don't know if it's on this show or others, talking about there are technologies out there that can jam the radio frequency of a aerial unmanned aircraft over. And so, this is a great chance to build up on that as well.
Nice. I saw the other release that came out today from your office. You're scheduling an oversight hearing, right, on the emergency management, or as the emergency management committee, right? What is this, June 15, 8:30 a.m.?
Yes, Pauly, and that week, it's a really big week, in my opinion, in terms of, we'll get a second first notice of a public hearing will come very soon. Obviously, this is really focused on what started this entire term relative to the corrective action plan of the Guam Office of Homeland Security Civil Defense. There's work that has needed to be done, and we're just not really sure how all that's played out. And then just a few days after that, we are expecting to call in the response agencies to include our Mayor's Council, BBMAR, DOA, on how they spent the $25 million that was appropriated for the Typhoon Sinlaku response. This is to be sure that the money that was spent, the $25 million, was spent and spent wisely. Yes, we are still in kind of recovery mode, if you will. We have heard grumblings about getting filing for a major disaster area. Quite frankly, those two hearings, in my opinion, Pauly, will bring some major light on just has this really been a priority of the Leon Guerrero administration? And we'll just have to wait and see. I think the information will be very important for all of us, and I think that week will be really just an eye-opener on so many fronts. For us, it seems like we're in oversight mode heading into the budget hearings, Pauly, and just to, again, so that we're not interfering with the numbers part of it. We just really want to make sure that the policy that has been set has in fact been executed on.
All right, and so in your statement, you talk about how normally during restricted drawdown status, agencies can access federal grant money as needed for approved projects and expenses. Under restrictive drawdown status, FEMA places additional controls on how grant funds are accessed and reimbursed. And so, can you just help me understand what this means for Guam when they have to provide extra documentation?
This goes back to a credibility issue, Pauly. When we started this, it was 2 audits going into the 38th Guam legislature. at least, for me as a taxpayer, to hear that funds were squandered or spent in a very alleged unlawful way. As you recall, from the first oversight in the first part of the year last year, it led to the indictment of members of the emergency management community, especially those that are working up at civil defense. I mean, it's something that was a very serious thing that was put out by the public auditor.
Yeah.
The Attorney General felt it, especially after the hearing, that it was important enough to take action. And still, as to this day, we're still feeling the effects of that. And Pauly, I guess as I'm thinking about, this, if this plan if they've really been executing, well, there's a lot of other answers remaining. And I think that the restrictiveness of this drawdown is not a good sign for us, Pauly. It's actually taking us in the wrong direction.
Yeah, because I'm confused too, because you say that OCD and OHS leadership testified during a February 2026 oversight that FEMA had approved a corrective action plan and that the agency was making progress. However, you later received information suggesting Guam's grants were still under restrictions.
Right, and it really we have to ask the question, and I think that some of my colleagues continue to ask some pretty hard questions, and I think you've known me long enough, Pauly, that I'm not a big fan of the spin. I would rather just be blunt. Even if the information is not great, at least tell the community. So there's a level of reassurance that something is in fact being done, even though there was a mistake. And I've never worked in that kind of environment where, okay, let me just go ahead and spin our way through it, because maybe that if it's spinning over in a certain way, there's other horrible issues that might be as a result. We just can't be a part of government. Government can't be run that way. That's just not how that works.
Yeah. Again, when we're even talking about the audit that identified $40 million in question costs, I think we've been talking about that questionable $40 million cost for like 2 years now.
Right, and not to mention, Pauly, that there was these actions that that in the oversight. Oh yeah, we made progress. We're doing the A, B, C, and D. There was this don't worry, we got it under control.
Yeah.
Then not too long after.
Right.
And I nervously laughed because it's just it's just shocking. I'm trying to get. I've been as I've been preparing for this oversight and getting the information together. It just one thing after another. I mean, just take a look at the 2024 financial audit of the government of Guam. It speaks to other components of that. Hence, why we're coming together in just a week or so. We can change, if you will, to be able to get to the bottom of what's really happening up at the Office of Civil Defense.
And ultimately restore confidence, right?
Well, I mean, just think about that, Pauly, that the community is expecting, or you've been hearing talk, we're going to get a full federal disaster declaration. I don't know. Last I checked, people were driving around seeming to be like it's almost back to normal. I mean, if you talk to many people, they're it's a little bit busted up. I mean, the green's back on the trees. There's still sand on Route 1.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
From my office, I see it every day.
Yeah.
But is it really back to normal? And is it really the same, optimism that was expressed in the oversight hearing earlier this year, and then something drastically changed with FEMA and causing this particular concern? And I think... as the details come up in the oversight hearing, it's going to be pretty evident to all of us that something is not right.
I also wanted to touch bases with you on the town hall meetings that the Guam Fire Department is going to be doing.
Yes.
June 19, July 10, and August 3rd. You have oversight over Guam Fire Department. It's no secret they do need to increase their fees, but people are already starting to panic because these fees seem like they're going to increase too much. Do we even have? I don't think that the community has the appetite for increases at this level.
And I can't answer that. I think GFD is probably a better person to ask. But when I think of it for my committee work, I mean, I spent much of my time trying to get funding to support the modernization of the E911 surcharge, working with the Public Utilities Commission. We're hoping that we can get some level of that during our Budget Act or before. But when it comes to these fees, timing's everything, Pauly. I think as we were coming off of, yes, you're right, the storm recovery and all these things, it's like, okay, what's going on here? But if you talk to the fire department, they'll tell you that they're just trying to keep pace.
Oh yeah.
With I mean, they have new equipment. They're trying to maintain it, the gear inside of it, and I think for those on the if you're getting like the medical insurance from the federal government or subsidized by them, this is just one way to be able to allow them to reimburse for that.
Sure.
Because the policy currently today doesn't allow. So at this point, it might cost $1,000, but man, they're only charging $100.
No, I understand.
And I'm not saying that, Pauly, that it's the right thing, or is it too high or too low?
Right.
But that's where the Guam Fire Department will need to explain the process and the cost, especially in 2026, to our people.
Oh no, for sure. I think it's the problem is systemic as far as them saying that we haven't increased these in over 20 years, right, since 2007. And so,
man, that seems like the theme this week.
Is there a way that we can codify?
Oh my gosh, it's everything from EPA types of rules and you name it. We're just seeing so many of them. I'm not sure why they're doing it now.
Is there any way that we can codify incremental increases so it's not when an administration says it's time?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, Pauly, but I think it just takes it goes back to the priorities of this administration, and if this is they feel like this is the right thing right now, I was hoping that it could have been sooner. I know no one really likes it. Like anytime they're just when they hear increase fee,
right?
It just everybody's eyes glaze over. I mean, and all of us are just like, what the heck?
Yeah.
But if they can help justify it to the community, to talk about the amount of runs. I mean, we're talking hundreds, perhaps thousands of runs, ambulance runs
for sure.
a year.
But that's the problem with the narrative, right? Because there were months ago, before they were talking about increases, when we would ask Guam Fire Department and even the administration and even you, the legislature, would ask, why do we have so little ambulances, not enough fire trucks? And they always said that they have a system in place to make sure that they can respond adequately to any emergency. And now the response today is we need to increase this so we can have the adequate emergency equipment to respond to emergencies.
Right, and I mean, Pauly, I even have a bill that's hopefully will get out of committee into the next legislative session that reprioritizes the qualifying certificate program to allow public safety to go in the first position, to allow a kind of a regular funding source. Will we be able to buy a ladder truck that can take care of the hotel industry? Probably not, and in the amount of time it takes to order those, it takes years to do it.
We have one on island, though. It's just on the other side of the fence.
Very nice and red, shiny.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, but for us, I mean, this is something that Pauly, in my conversations with hoteliers, with those that are doing business in Tumon, it's like there is no asset to do that. And so by looking at the QC program, can it actually buy a ladder truck? Maybe, but we need to prioritize, regular funding sources outside of what we're doing today.
Sure. I heard the response from Guam Fire Department, we're going to use the staircase. Like the fire department with all of their gear running up and down the hotel staircase, that's not, I don't think that the firemen as fit as they are I'm sure they would appreciate the ladder.
Right, and remember that these hotels have modern fire extinguishing technologies inside rooms, inside hallways, inside the major parts of these hotels. I mean, especially the newer ones that were built recently. But we still got to be able, as a government, to be able to provide that kind of support. We're not going to be able to grant ourselves to this point, right, Pauly? I think that for all of us would agree that we got to, at least at some point, either in the annual budget or throughout the year, looking at different funding sources to use them, because it does take time. I think an ambulance takes us around 18 months to build. So it isn't one of those like go to Ambulances R Us and pull it off the shelf, right? You got to take the time, and then once you get the call it the bus, if you will, but you get it, and then what do you put inside of it?
Right.
So looking at these fees or modernization of the fees, I can't speak to what took them so long. And remember, I just got here 18 months ago. This is probably an 18-year-old problem. So again, we just need to try to listen, hear them out, and then the community would respond. I believe on the benefits side, from an insurance point of view, this is probably going to line up pretty well with some of the reimbursements.
Okay.
So really, it's going to help out. I mean, some of the folks who are either have insurance or folks who are getting that assistance from the federal government or local government. This is going to be able to help out. So it's just covering that cost. And am I a proponent for increasing it? Well, but I think that they got to be given that chance to do so.
Yeah, I mean, if my insurance is going to cover the cost of an emergency transport that is about $719.50, then okay. But if I'm having to pay for it, I don't know who can afford that.
Right, and then it goes back to, as we talk about all the time, we need to stay healthy. I mean, I'm a father of 5 kids right now, and I'm trying to keep up with them. And and I don't need to just like, okay, by the way, I need a ride to the hospital. Maybe I have, but no, if something emergent happens, okay, then I have a little bit of comfort knowing that my insurance may be able to cover it. But if I'm, I just can't get in my car and drive or whatever the case may be. We have folks in our community that have a little bit more bigger challenges than you and I, Pauly. But it just, we can't. It cannot be a taxi service. It has to be for emergent issues.
Sure.
So that's been the problem.
I didn't know that. So they're using it as non-emergency transportation?
Yes, just generally speaking, when it comes to that. I mean, if you talk to some of some of the runs. Those are billed for at different rates because of whatever those reasons are.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know the situation.
I've never ridden in an ambulance unless it was life-threatening, but that's just me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate this, Senator. Is there anything else that you wanted to touch on? I know you're very busy. You've been watching these public hearings, or maybe there was a public hearing, but then our budget hearing, but they didn't bring a director, but.
Well, I mean, it was one thing to get on the TV and do an interview, and then now I have an injury. I mean, it wasn't so injurious to do the interview. I have no clue. I mean, I think Parks and Rec, there's some issues there. We had the Public Works.
Yes, I watched that one this morning.
Budget hearing today, which was very informative. One of the first agencies outside of DPR to do the performance-based budgeting. Kudos to the finance chair, Senator Chris Duenas, for kind of driving us this direction. I mean, I think for all of us, Public Works, they have a lot of work they're doing. Some great ideas, especially for the abandoned vehicle program. I think that there's going to be a needed policy change to allow them to do this. I think it's like 21 or 25,000 abandoned vehicles need to be dealt with. And
it sounded like he wants to create a whole new division to tackle that.
Yeah, but once all those vehicles are gone, I guess does the division go away?
Right.
But it's going to be probably an extension of one of his current organizations now, or one of the divisions today. But I mean, but it's a major problem. Right. I mean, go to any village. I mean, in Talafofo, I shake my head sometimes. I mean, I maybe they drive those cars. But that's okay. But we still got to be able to get rid of the ones that are. I mean, there's a couple along some of the major thoroughfares along Route 4, Route 1, burnt out, and you're just wondering where does this go? And so, working with the Guam Police Department and Public Works, maybe this might be the way to get some of these off of our roadways.
Well, you oversee a number of agencies, especially the law enforcement ones, and I just wanted to get your take now that we're starting to get into these budget talks, and we're looking to lower the BPT from 4.5 to 4 in the fiscal year 2027. And so are we going to be able to provide adequate finances to these agencies that you oversee with a rollback BPT realistically?
Yeah, realistically, yes. I mean, if you've been tracking the some of the finances, the withholdings are increasing and have increased. It hasn't really moved much. The corporate taxes have also increased, which is very surprising. And so for the business community, I mean, now we just got to probably work on some of the regulatory issues to make to get the impediments out of the way. But from a government standpoint, in terms of the amounts of money, I mean, if you've been following the budget hearings, there's been a lot of money being left on the table.
Yes.
And I mean, just think about, we just passed a law to give GDOE $77 million. And I tell you, I spoke to the superintendent and her team this weekend at the Teacher of the Year program, and they can spend it.
Miss H.
That's the point, is that we really should be leaving that kind of money on the table.
Well, thanks for answering, because I know that is my biggest concern. I'm all for lowering the BPT, but now do we have enough resources to make sure that these programs and people get paid to do the work?
Well, Pauly, I mean, just in the pre-budget meetings for the agencies and after their budget hearings, it's looking like it's going to remain fairly consistent from last fiscal year. They're going to get their cycles funded. I believe we're looking at funding some of GPD's like an incentive pay. That's going to happen too in this fiscal year. So, I mean, when we think about support of at least the critical agencies or the public safety agencies under my purview, they're all going to be.
And will we be able to pay for all of their leave when they all go on leave for the whole year next year?
Pauly, we're not telling everybody to go on leave. What the heck's the matter with you?
I don't know. Well, if they have thousands of hours of leave,
Pauly,
they have to use it.
They're not going to go in droves. They're not going to. Hey, let's all go on vacation.
People might. I mean, if they're saying that they only have until September 30 of 2027, they might have to.
Well, I mean, again, that's an executive branch question. You should ask the police chief and the other heads, you know, why are you not allowing your people to take their leave? And then talk to their families. I bet you they would love to be able to take some time off and see their loved ones. I have a lot of family and friends who are in the public safety agencies, and they say they don't see them enough. And it's just like, and some of it takes a toll on their health, so we got to get them to take their leave. And, will the law change? Well, I think there's got to be some other solutions right now, but they're not all going to take their leave at one time, Pauly. That's for sure.
Well, Senator Sean, first off, I just want to say kudos to Senator Chris for even conducting these pre-budget meetings, because it gives you a snapshot of what you guys are going to be working with.
Yes. Oh no. I got to tell you, maybe I guess call it my youthfulness or being a freshman senator. But in this particular fiscal year budget, I have attended all the pre-budget meetings for my agencies. They've been super informative. And then so that's why we were doing all the oversights, guys, because we were trying to, let's get rid of all these other things, outside these other matters that are maybe policy related, but not the numbers, so that when we were getting to the budget hearing, it was just the straight number. And so it's the pre-budget meetings led to very fruitful and very efficient, believe it or not, budget hearings. And I appreciate the cooperation from the agencies. It was pretty realistic looking at it. We see where many of the problems lie. A lot of it's just over time they've done certain things a certain way. But now we're in 2026. We've seen that we got to maybe make some changes in how we either cut a purchase order or hiring or cycles. We just got to do it differently. Right. And I think that's the bottom line here, at least that I've seen.
These meetings are not closed-door meetings, right? It's not executive stuff that you guys, it's not top secret?
I mean, did you want me to, kill everybody on the way out the door, or what are you asking? I mean, the information has been, everything that we did in the pre-budget meetings have been in public in the big budget meeting. So it's just a bit of a way to, because, I don't know about you guys, but if you're in front of all of us, and especially if you're getting grilled, it's like it's a little you have a little anxiety, right?
Yeah.
The cameras are on.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to, the theatrics get turned on 100%.
Oh, the grandstandings.
All that stuff. But it's in the pre-budget meeting. There's a lot of frank discussion. Some of them,
as Pauly would,
it could have been as little as maybe an error, like in calculation, or did you mean 10 or 100 employees, or whatever the case might be.
I think
right?
Pauly says it right when he says, when the cameras are on and everything, and you have, these senators that would say "not over my dead body" because the camera's on, and it's like,
oh my gosh,
you're not having that, not over my dead body.
No, and listen, guys, I've been trying to take the kind of the experience from my executive branch work and my judicial branch work to this role. So it's just trying to be a little bit more efficient with the time, so we're not wasting their time. I speak to the heads of the departments pretty regularly. But it's they have work to do.
Yes.
They have such an important mandate, and I just don't want to get in the way of that. And I think that by listening, and it's just trying to get them to to move one more step forward. And and I think it's about trying to reset priorities, and this budget will do just that. And I think it'll also allow, and I'm not trying to give too much into for Senator Chris Duenas' role, but it's we still have a gubernatorial race coming up, a new legislature coming in.
I'm a firm believer. If it can be said in email, we don't need to meet.
No, I'm a traditionalist. I would rather meet. I don't know if you know, but I have only 5 members of my committee. My office is designed for them to be in here when we have the committee meetings.
Okay.
And when you guys are not busy, you guys should come visit me, Pauly.
All right.
But then you'll see that it's really designed for when they're here, we can get to work, and it doesn't. Behind closed doors, this closed door, at least that it's a precise number. So we get to work and get things done.
All this talk about budget makes me want to call Senator Chris, and I think that's what.
Well, I hope so. I think as we get closer and closer, we all will hear a lot from him, and I think his insight into the process that they've been doing at OFB, and I'll thank them now because they've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, especially with the budget hearings. You should bring him in.
Yes.
And the other chairs on their viewpoints of where they see those pre-budget meetings and how they've worked out.
Exactly. All right, sir.
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate this.
Hey, no worries, guys. Listen, and sorry I sound a little tired, man. We're just we're also in campaign mode, so I'm a little gassed. But otherwise, everything is going good. Thank you again for all the time, you guys, and keep up the good work, by the way.
All right. We'll catch up with you on the campaign in a few short days.
Oh no, I'm always down to talk politics and talk the elections because our job is in this. My role, my other hat, is to get people to get out and vote. So that's I'd be more than happy to talk up the vote too.
All right, take care.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys, thanks a lot.
All right, you want to do traffic?
Sure, yeah.
And then I'm going to try to put out a call to Senator Chris. But hey, this is Wave 105. And right about now, it's about 4:40, and it's about time we check in the roads of Guam, helping you move forward, Mr. Pauly Suba.
All right, let's check out my handy-dandy Glimpses of Guam traffic app here. Yep, more congestion. Route 10A, Airport Road, headed towards 1. Northbound Marine Corps Drive, mild delays between the ITC intersection and Airport Road. So that's a long strip of road there that you're going to see some mild delays. But as we get closer to 5 o'clock, that's just going to get more congested, right? Upper Tumon doesn't look too bad right now, especially near St. John's. Route 16 is pretty easy as well. I don't see any issues whatsoever on Route 16. I don't see any issues on 8 either. Once again, helping you move forward on this Thursday afternoon. That is Guam Auto Spot. And so you can schedule that test drive by calling them up. 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
We worry about the ingredients in our skincare today, but a century ago,
women were literally risking their lives for a flawless complexion. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for June 4th.
To appreciate the transparency we celebrate on National Clean Beauty Day, you have to look back at the terrifying history of historical cosmetics. In the 19th century, the ultimate beauty standard was a pale, porcelain complexion. Women routinely applied Laird's Bloom of Youth, a popular liquid face whitening wash. Unbeknownst to consumers, the formula was heavily laced with toxic lead and arsenic. While it successfully whitened the skin, the heavy metals slowly absorbed into the bloodstream, causing severe health issues, neurological damage, and even partial facial paralysis. Thankfully, modern consumers can use chemistry apps to see what is in their favorite cleansers and creams, ensuring that our daily skincare routines are designed to heal our skin rather than poison our bodies or our planet.
And now we want tan.
Yes, it is true, right?
It's total opposite.
And of course, they probably knew that something's going on with the facial paralysis, right? I don't know. It seems weird to me.
Or they just thought that was life. We're also celebrating National Cheese Day and National Cognac Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Arlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day. If you
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
The road to Adelup is in full swing. We recently spoke with Democrat candidates Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Senator Tina Munilla Barnes to learn more about their vision for Guam. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 26th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. This is a glimpses of Guam radio station.
Show 671-922-1051 or 2 is the phone line number. I believe we have somebody on line 1 that wants to talk about the topic that you were speaking with Senator Sean about.
Yeah. Hapaday Way 105, you're on the air.
Good afternoon, Pauly and Brian.
Buenas.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes.
You know, as a retired firefighter with the Guam Fire Department, did almost 33 years in the medics, and I've seen a lot. And I believe that with this bill that Senator Sean has created, it would benefit the department very much.
Which bill?
Is it the bill that they're going to increase or they're going to start?
Okay, yeah. This is, well, they're going to do their town hall meetings, right? So they have a proposed fee schedule update. And so June 19th, they'll be in Hoggett. July 10th, they'll be at the Dedito Mayor's office. And then August 3rd, they'll be at the Sinanja Mayor's office. And you know, I was asking him about the fee schedule because he has oversight over the Guam Fire Department. And so,
yes, he does.
Yeah.
So,
no.
you know, I just want to share this with you because for the longest time, we have never charged any of our patients for the services that we provide with the Guam Fire Department.
Yeah, I saw the statement since 2007, they haven't increased fees.
Yeah, so they started this 911 for every call, I guess, with 911 with the Guam Fire Dispatch. You know, there's a certain amount of money that for every call, the callers are being charged to put into the fund where they can help, you know, with the maintenance, with the fleet and everything. You have to acknowledge that our ambulances here in Guam are very, very busy. I did most of my career in the north, And the wear and tear of these medics, rolling out of that station, depending where you're at, but like for me, I was up north, Dedido, Jigo, Barragata, and Tamuning. We get response maybe 18 at the average a day, sometimes more. And, the wear and tear of the medics, tires, and the mileage you put into it, Of course, the government don't have the money, so what we do, we try to scrounge up what we can from the junkyard at DPW just to run an ambulance because there's no money appropriated, nor is there money for parts and stuff like that.
Wow.
But once this is passed, it would definitely help. With the fleet service, it would definitely help to maintain our medics, our fire trucks, and our emergency vehicles that are out there. Now, he also mentioned, or you mentioned earlier, that is there such a thing as a taxi service in the fire department? Well, there's no such thing, but we as medics feel like, we're more of a taxi service than an emergency unit.
Wow. Okay, so I've never heard of this. Can you give me some examples since when you were in the department of how they call and what?
Yeah. So, 911 dispatch is the ones that rolls out the medic to whatever scenario they may be, an emergency or what, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we get rolled out. They got protocols that they have to follow.
Okay.
And these protocols are in front of them. And whenever an emergency call is made, again, it sounds like an emergency, but when we get there, truthfully, we have our regulars. Truthfully, we have people who constantly call just so they can get a ride to and from to the hospital. And then when you drop them off at the hospital for whatever emergency or non-emergency, well, mainly the non-emergency, they will get there, and we have these people that abuse the medic. We have our regulars. We have these people that abuse the medic. And the next time you roll out to the emergency room, the very same patient you picked up on that medic 30 minutes or an hour or so ago is out there smoking a cigarette. Wow. So, and then there's calls that we get that are non-emergency. Oh, I just need to take my son to the hospital. For what reason? As a medic with my years of experience, I'm not a doctor, but I pretty much know the patient when there's a true emergency.
Right.
We can sit here all day, and I can tell you the types of emergency calls we get. For example, I get a mother who calls for a toothache. Believe it or not, a toothache. And I said, well, since when did your son have a toothache? So it happened in the early morning hours, but it's already 9 o'clock, so I do want to take him to the emergency room. But I said, ma'am, a toothache is not an emergency. And then again, I do my job where I try to educate them.
Right.
And I tell them, I said, well, there's a place for a toothache, and that's at a dentist. But there's no dentist at the emergency room, at any emergency room. And, by us taking them, and even this patient who's apparently calling, or the mom calling for her or him to be transported, is in no emergency, no distress whatsoever. He's ambulatory. But as our job, we cannot say no to these patients. All we can do is give them some advice. So we do take them, and of course, they end up, stepping out of the emergency room after an hour or so, only because the doctor would tell them the same thing when they get to the emergency room. Yeah. So, yes, there is a lot of abuse in the medic. We get, I had this experience once where I was stationed in Dedido at the old station, which is adjacent to the Guam police station. And there's an arrest made, but this person who was arrested was booked and released. So now this patient who was at the police will come knocking at our door, and I said, yes, can I help you? And they said, I need a ride to my house. I said, what? What do you mean you need a ride? I said, well, I was just next door and they released me, but I don't have a right to go home. I said, sir, this is not a taxi service. This is an emergency vehicle. We don't do that type of service. So, those are examples that we get. And there's a lot more. Again, Pauly, I can sit here and tell you a lot, but there's a lot of things going through my mind that I want to open up with you and, tell you the types of the runs that we get.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. So for me, right, in 1998, I've taken my mom for a medical procedure done at Queen's Hospital in Hawaii. And on our way home, my mom apparently became bedridden to the point where she was able to recover within 3 to 4 months. But the fact of the matter is that although she was released from Queen's Hospital to be taken from there to GMH when we get here, directly to the emergency room and then to our own room, we were charged $500. This is 1998 now, from Queen's Hospital to the airport, which is one way, which was less than 15 minutes. But that was the charge that the medical services were providing back in Hawaii. And that 500, you know, for me, I've never heard of that because our services are free. And that's what gets to me. And I said, you know what, maybe this is what we need. Maybe this would not just deter these regular patients who are non-emergency to call 911 because they know already that whether it's an emergency or not, if it's a non-emergency, they'll call just for us to, that they know that we're going to have to go there, make an assessment, and we ask the question, so do you want to go to the hospital? And 95% is, yes, I want to go. So we take them. And then, of course, with my experience, I say, they'll ask me, why isn't your lights and siren on? I said, truthfully, ma'am, because it's not an emergency. But we'll take you to the hospital, to the ER, if that's what you want. But I'm not going to turn on my lights and siren just so that I can get you out of this medic as soon as possible. I don't want to jeopardize, you know, the medic getting into an accident or somebody trying to avoid us from, or, you know, give us the room to pass and then get into it, somebody else getting into an accident. But we see this a lot, and I think it would be very, very beneficial for the department to provide this type of service and maybe charge. And like you said, yeah, I don't know what they were asking. I heard like something like $1,200 an ambulance, right?
It can get up there.
Yeah, so, you know, that is very costly. But again, in 1998, at Queens, the service that we were charged was $500, and that's just one way. And the airport is not far from Queens. So, you know, it's long overdue for our island. We do need that type of charge to help with the maintenance of our fleets, to help with buying new medics or new fire trucks or something, but just to help the cost and even providing maybe parts that our maintenance people need in order for them to do their job. And that's one of the hardest things that, you know, when we have a graveyard of medics that are at DPW GFD maintenance, sitting in the parking lot waiting for parts. And the only reason it's waiting is because there was no money allocated, or it wasn't a part of the budget, or there was given a certain amount that they can spend, but they exhausted that even before half of the year. And, of course, we're back into where we were again, a medic sitting there, and all it needed was probably an alternator. And then, you know, the vendors out there that have been providing the parts for these medics and trucks have been very lenient and giving the department a chance to, okay, we'll give you the parts, and hopefully you guys can pay us. And, you know, they've done this so many times to help with the parts and all that. But then the government doesn't come through with their deal. And now the next time it goes down, you know, the mechanics have asked the vendors, say, we need this, we need that. Well, you guys haven't paid your bill in the past 7-8 months. So how am I going to keep providing, you know, and giving you the parts you need when I also need to pay my employees, you know, and stuff like that. But we don't have any money that we're getting from the government. So it's a domino effect, and we really need to look into this because as a retiree, and I see it with the medics out there, you know, these guys are constantly rolling out of the station and over towards emergencies. And I know it hasn't changed in the past 25, 30 years. I've been retired now going on 10 years, but I know because this is my job, and this is what I did for 33 years.
I appreciate you calling in and sharing because a lot of what you just shared, I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, it's happening. Now, let me share one more thing before I hang up.
Go ahead.
The lease status.
Okay.
You know, because I was in the advanced life support unit, right, with the Guam Fire Department.
Okay.
We were limited manpower in our unit. We only have 2 ALS units running in this island to this day. Now, if one ALS unit is responding to the south, then that one unit that's at the station is providing service now for the whole island. And the problem is, back then, I had over 1,200 hours of annual leave. And I couldn't use my leave because we were short. Not everybody is ALS certified in the fire department. There is more now that are certified on a paramedic level than there was when I was working. And in order for us to run 2 units, we have to make sure that the manpower is sufficient. But when I requested to go on leave, it was denied. It was denied. It was denied. And people would ask me, well, how did you get up to 1,000 some hours of annual leave? Because I wasn't allowed to take leave.
Yeah.
And, it just goes back to we need more people that get into this program so we can start manning. But at the time also, there wasn't enough firefighters. They were not having cycles like they're having now.
Right.
Now we have sufficient with their paramedics. Now they're not ALS, but they're paramedics. Now we have sufficient paramedics to even run 4 units. The goal of the fire department is to put a paramedic in every one of them ambulances that are running out there right now.
For sure.
Rather than having to go down south, and it's an ALS call, it's a CPR in progress, for example.
Yeah.
But then all ALS units are utilized right now, but there's no other ALS unit available.
Right.
And, we intubate, we start IV, we do our AED, we push meds and all that other stuff. But when there's 2 ALS units that are only 2 on island are preoccupied, then what happens to that patient? It goes down to the basic level, which is an EMT. All they do is CPR, hook up that AED, and transport ASAP to the nearest hospital.
Yeah, and so my hope for this bill, if it passes, that they make sure that they follow the government where their employees, they look at it maybe 6 months down the road, halfway before the end of September of 2027, and say, where's everybody at? All the agencies need to submit where we are at, because then they can amend the law or add the extension so it doesn't end on September 30, 2027. So people that your counterparts, the people that have taken over after you that are also doing what you're doing, doesn't get all of that leave taken when they've been denied this whole time.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when there's not insufficient manpower to man these units,
right?
And you're requesting it won't happen. There's another scenario I'll give you. We get rolled out a lot of times here's a good example, actually.
Okay.
Let's say a Guam behavioral patient, mental patient, or under 72-hour hold, right? When we take this patient to the hospital, the emergency room, because let's say he's a mental patient, has a history of mental illness, but then all he needs to do is get evaluated from an emergency room doctor. Now the doctor, the emergency room, requests that he goes down to Guam Behavioral for a 72-hour hold and do an evaluation. You know where GMATR is at, and you know where Guam Behavioral is at. Would you believe that they will roll us out just to transport this patient from the ER to Guam Behavioral?
Wow.
And it's happened once too many times. But again, it's part of our protocol.
Sure.
We cannot say no. And, that's wear and tear again of the medics. When you're that close proximity to that, the hospital has their own transport.
They do.
But they do. But I believe they only work from 8 to 5. But anytime after that, it's the medics, the Guam Fire Department ambulances that are providing that service.
Understood. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Thank you, senor. I appreciate this.
You're welcome.
Okay, you take care. We got to take this break. And then on the other side, good news for a change from provisions. And so we'll focus on the GDOE's Teacher of the Year, Miss H.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be our story on good news right here on Wave 105.
And then right after that call, he actually texted me.
We're good?
Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, so
awesome.
We'll be calling him too as well.
Got it.
All right.
Here comes your Associated Press news update for the 5 o'clock hour.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The House has approved a War Powers resolution that would halt the military action against Iran.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted.
But the next steps for the measure are uncertain, and President Trump's likely to reject it. Meanwhile, as U.S. and Iranian forces continue exchanging fire, ceasefire talks appear dormant. But the president says
the negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President,
it could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Earlier in the day,
Hey, you sound so
Secretary of State Marco
confidently.
Rubio testified before a House panel. Ed Donahue on where that went.
Before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, California Democrat Ted Lieu asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio about President Trump.
Have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep.
Lieu showed video of Rubio sitting next to the president at a cabinet meeting.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
Rubio responded.
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
So-
I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before
again.
the Foreign
You're
Affairs
lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking questions
Congress.
about sleep.
You're
This is
lying
a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio.
Lieu showed another video.
I don't even know how to respond to that, other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous.
Rubio says you may not like President Trump's policies, but he is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired. Ed Donahue, Washington.
And North Korea says leader Kim Jong-un has visited a new facility to produce nuclear materials and announced plans to bolster the country's nuclear arsenal, quote, at an exponential rate. This is AP News. Coming to theaters.
Steven Spielberg's newest movie, Disclosure Day, returns the filmmaker to one of his most abiding questions: are we alone?
When the time is right, everything will become clear.
But while he says Close Encounters of the Third Kind was speculative, this one, out nationwide June 12th, is the real deal.
It's easier for me to describe it as, my first film that will be, considered science fiction that I do not consider to be science fiction. It's much more reflective of the world as it is evolving and discoveries that are being made as we speak.
Spielberg says his belief in alien life has turned into a conviction, whose dreams of extraterrestrial life
Phone home.
have shaped all of ours. I'm Julie Walker.
More stories at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
KGUM FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media.
Straight up 5:04 in the afternoon. And once again, it's about that time we take a look at the roads of Guam, your first look for the 5 o'clock hour, as we help you move forward, along with Guam Auto Spot, standing by with the very latest on your daily commute, Mr. Pauly Suba.
Let me break out my handy-dandy Glimpses of Guam traffic app and see if we can help you out on this Thursday afternoon. Now that we hit the 5 o'clock hour, I am seeing some delays coming out of Route 26, General Ben Blas Boulevard.
Okay.
And that is affecting going towards Camp Blas. So there are delays there. On Route 1, I do see heavy congestion. Obviously, Route 1, Upper Tumon area. Those delays go as far back as the ITC intersection. It's just really around all of the major intersections, though. There are pockets where you're going to be able to get from one light to the next in no time, but then get stuck there for sometimes 2 light changes. Let me see what else I got. Route 4, right around Chief Kapua Park, there are delays there, probably because everybody's looking at those flame trees. The flame trees are flaming all over the island.
You know what?
It has been years since I seen it looking like that.
The sad thing about it, right, is that, the typhoon.
You think it's because of the typhoon?
No. The typhoon really messed up the flame trees in the Sinamai.
In the Sinamai, yeah.
But
our flame trees, I haven't seen them flame like this. Like
We're blooming.
They are absolutely stunning.
My girlfriend.
I am impressed.
My girlfriend just sent me a photo of a flame tree that survived in Tinian.
Okay.
And all of the cows are under it for the shade.
There you go.
Very nice photo.
Yeah, but they're all like. I haven't seen right in front of the ITC intersection. I haven't seen those bloom the way they're blooming now in years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's one over by what is it? The Pedro's Plaza, the old Pedro's Plaza. There's one that's kind of off at the curb side. It's kind of hiding. It's on the other side of the Hagåtña Detention Center.
Okay.
That one has always been known to bloom, but now, like all the flame trees are bright orange like that one all over the island.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Once again, helping you move forward on this Thursday afternoon. That's Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Looking for the SUV everyone's talking about? Drive home the Honda CR-V, named one of Car and Driver's 10 best trucks and SUVs 4 years in a row. Choose from the CR-V LX, EX, Sport Hybrid, or the bold Trail Sport Hybrid. All designed for comfort, confidence, and fuel-efficient performance. Starting at just $35,995 or only $237 per paycheck. Visit Triple J Honda today and experience why the CR-V continues to lead the way. Get pre-approved instantly at triplejguam.com. Honda CR-V, ready for every road. Only at Triple J. Customers first.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Celebrate Father's Day with Power 98 and Wave 105 as we honor our first heroes. To enter, send a WhatsApp message or call in and share your funniest or most heartfelt dad story. Winners will be revealed from June 15th to June 19th, and you can win your dad a special bundle prize. Stay locked in to Power 98 and Wave 105. Brought to you by Guam Plaza Resort, Nana's Cafe, Roots Grill House, AutoWorks, Jollibee, Proline, and Cream and Butter.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The road to Adelup is here, and this time we spoke with Democrat candidates, Senator Toriz Terlahi and Senator Sabina Perez. Here is your opportunity to hear how they plan to govern Guam. Watch the conversation on Wave 105's YouTube channel, dated May 28th. This is a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Every time I move, I lose. When I look, I'm in. And every time I turn around, back in love, I am mixed emotions. Well, it's the way my feelings flow.
5:10 in the afternoon. Welcome back to the show. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Here's the number 671-922-1051 or 2. Let's bring up the host, Mr. Pauly Suba.
We do want to thank our sponsors, Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. And GTA, we start with you, as well as Triple J Ford. Or remember, get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. It's now time for good news for a change.
Okay.
And that is brought to you by Provisions Wine and Cheese. They serve fresh salads, delicious sandwiches, and authentic Roman-style pizza. Provisions is open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call Provisions at 671-633-9463. Place your order today or visit the website at provisionsguam.com. And so, For good news for a change, I wanted to focus on my kids. All three of my kids were taught by Carolyn E. Hadawa. She's a science teacher at John F. Kennedy High School, and she is this year's Guam Teacher of the Year.
Nice.
At one point, I know that she was asked to put in a packet that they wanted to nominate her, and she declined. She felt like she wasn't worthy of it. And so the release from GDOE says that Miss H, they all know her as Miss H, is that she was chosen because of her commitment to student achievement, innovative teaching methods, dedication to helping students succeed, ability to inspire and motivate young people, and overall contributions to education. And when they say ability to inspire and motivate young people, I've seen it. This generation, they flock to this woman.
Yeah.
I'm just like so very impressed with Miss H and what she has been able to accomplish, because she has formed a group called Ocean Guardians, or Guardians of the Reef. And my kids, they would beg to go on field trips on a Saturday morning. I'm like, is this required? Who has field trips on Saturday morning?
That's giving, well, is she incurring overtime or leave on this one?
But it's because
if she does, she deserves it.
They got to do this outside, but this is she would take them to the mangroves, right? Where Mayor Jesse Petey had his PTC festival, right? So they would go to the mangroves, they would go to Latexan, they would just go all over the place. They did a whole project on microplastics, and I've never seen my kids so excited to just be around a teacher like Miss H. And it's not just her. There are so many of these students that are joining this marine biology club, and it's one of those things where you've seen other teachers. Obviously, there are so many amazing teachers, but there is something extremely special about Miss H and how she treats her students and other young individuals that are not even her students. They want to be in her class. They want to be in the club, and just be surround themselves around what Miss H is doing. And so GDOE once again said all the finalists demonstrated exceptional dedication to their students and represented the highest standards of the teaching profession. Others that were nominated is Jonavi Abaya of Simon Sanchez and Madrid Borja of Antolon Middle School. So I just wanted to share. This is Miss H. And again, I've had conversations with her many times. I've gone as a chaperone to these field trips, and I'm just in awe with the way she teaches, but then the way her students react to her. So that's Miss H right there. She deserves all of it. At my son's graduation ceremony, everybody wanted to take pictures with Miss H.
Nice.
Everybody.
That's so nice.
So there you go. Once again, a good news for a change. Again, brought to you by Provisions. Call them up. But these guys are open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Here's that number, 633-9463. You can also check out their website, provisionsguam.com.
Very good place. I had their tuna melt yesterday.
Yeah?
Very good. I was like, my mom got to try this. She's a big tuna sandwich lover.
Nice.
All right, we have this guy does great work too as well. I got to say.
Okay.
He's been doing some great work, and thanks for calling and being a part of the show, Mr. Chris Duenas.
The finance guy.
The finance guy. Doing a lot of good work down there.
I appreciate you, Senator. I know this is after hours, but I wanted to just catch up with you on a number of things. I mean, obviously, we can talk about the budget hearing that didn't happen first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Half a day, Pauly and Rai, man. I love your guys' show.
First off,
congratulations once again, on your son's graduation recently, and appreciated all your discussion on that and your love for your children, and congratulations that the youngest one in the nest has graduated. I'm sure you appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh man. So
Senator,
I'm just like I think it hits harder now. Like I just want to take it all in. One of Aaron's best friends is Ava, who is your niece, and she's just such an exceptional individual.
Yeah, definitely. And so a lot of the great futures ahead for them, and take it all in, and then also prepare the pocketbook, because the next step is the hard one, brother. Believe me,
Senator. It's after 5:15, and so just so you know, you're no longer on the clock, so you cannot incur any more leave on this one. Okay, so this one's this one's on you.
No problem. Good. Well, one thing with definitely for those who are running, just if you didn't check the schedule at the legislature, we accumulate no leave, so you'll never have leave to exhaust anyways.
Awesome.
Right. But can you clarify some things for us? I mean, I saw your release on the budget hearing for DPR, and then I also saw the statement from the governor's office that Mr. Warren Pelletier, the acting director, was actually at the hospital or the clinic during the time that he was supposed to be down at the hearing.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you, Pauly. Appreciate this opportunity. And first of all, I was kind of surprised. I have been a director before. I have worked in the executive branch, and one of the things you always try to ensure is that it is the executive branch and the appointed authority that goes down and defends budgets or major issues before the legislature. And the reason why, Ryan, is Pauly and
we're both
Ryan,
listening. We're both listening.
Yeah, exactly. Is the fact that classified employees carry out the duties and responsibilities of the agency, and they should not be put in the firing line. Yes, they can answer for their divisions. Yes, they can answer for the work that they're doing, but the executive direction of a budget is something that should be defended by a director who is the direct appointee of the governor, whether it's in an acting position or in an actual confirmed position. And the reason why, once again, is to shield those employees from the political process. Let's be real, right? The thing is that what happens during a budget hearing and when the budget goes to the floor, yes, it's a plan for the operations of the government of Guam, but there is a political process in there that classified employees should not have to speak to for elected officials. That should be done. That's the reason why we have the confirmation process, and that's the reason why we have directors, unclassified individuals who come down there to defend the executive direction. And I for one, am not going to put classified employees in the firing line like that. I think it's inappropriate. And so I would wish that they would have communicated better with us. That we're in fact now I just got a new email that they're wanting to reschedule the reschedule, and so I'm very accommodating for that. I will move the hearings to when an appointing authority can come down. But that's the main reason why I will not accept doing that. And I can tell you that in my discussions before the hearing started, those employees appreciated that. They were ready to speak to their divisions and the operations of DPR, but they know the process and they realize that it really should be their director that defends the budget and defends their operations.
I imagine Joey Terlai was not the acting director at the time when he was sitting in front of you?
My understanding, here's how it works also, Pauly, and having been a director before, generally, of course, I work with the governor and the administration, giving them a heads up on who I would be appointing as an acting in my absence, whether if I have an illness or an injury, or if I'm going on leave, or if I'm going, to represent the agency or the department, maybe off island at a conference or something like that. But generally, it's done under my signature as the director. So the thing is that that's kind of can be an internal thing, but really in this situation where you really don't have you're going for a budget hearing, it's a different thing. It's not the day-to-day operations. Usually the administrative officer, someone running the finance or the operations, or in this case, the chief, he'd be adequate in terms of running the agency, keeping, holding down the fort, if you will, in terms of the day-to-day operations and signing time sheets and different things that need to be signed by an acting director. But going before the legislature, Pauly, is a whole different thing. We're defending a budget. That should be somebody from the governor's office, that represents the executive direction. We didn't receive any notice on that. And so when I saw that situation existed, I thanked those employees for being there, but I recessed, the hearing to have the governor's office send an appropriate individual to defend the budget.
Okay, and so when they're asking now to reconvene, did they tell you who will be defending the budget?
I guess they were going to wait until Mr. Pelletier returned, and I don't know if that's at this point in time from the recent email that we got, whether that's an indefinite situation. So we'll continue to work with them on it and see what their resolution to that will be. But I would hope, like today's hearing with Public Works, that went really well as far as I'm concerned, and they really did a good job on performance-based budgeting, and we really have measurement now and metrics to which we can hold them accountable in the fiscal year 2027 budget on and their allocations. And so you can see really that process back and forth where the director really has to roll that out, and DPR is also one of the agencies identified under performance-based budgeting, and that's another reason why that should really be the director as opposed to the program people defending that process and showing how they have, basically complied with the law and complied with what we had asked them to do in terms of being selected for performance-based budgeting.
I only got to the part you asked questions and Senator Shango Matautau asked questions, and then I was unable to watch the rest. And so when you were asking Director Vince Areola about the road paving work, you asked about an additional $20 million that DPW recently received for village road projects?
Yeah, it appears, and we'll get a clarification, I'm sure, from the governor's office, but he indicated that was under ARP. So it appears that the governor is starting to take action to transfer money, possibly from that $104 million, and start to distribute it. Yeah, my understanding is that's already been kind of contemplated.
But I thought you can't reallocate the $104 million.
Well, some of us, in fact, I introduced a resolution to that effect to go to Washington, D.C. and request the Trump administration. Pauly, I think that we're going to find out that there is some flexibility with regard to that funding.
Okay.
And I think that I'm actually appreciative that there is an effort. In fact, I believe that there was a presentation the governor had made on what she would do in the event that she started to release that money to other operations, and I believe there's already been received authority to do so. And so I can't imagine any other ARP funding source, Pauly, that could be represented, but that's what was put on the table today, and very, very happy about that, because I'm sure a lot of villages definitely could use the work.
Senator,
and they've had the master plan for a long time in terms of how they can get out there and start getting those roads done. So that's going to help.
That's great news, but I'm sorry, for so long they were adamant we cannot, and they stuck to that narrative.
Well, Pauly, I think that as the clock starts to tick, and we already have that kind of that declaration that from the utilities that it's improbable, if not impossible, now to procure the items that they would use for the infrastructure in Manila as it was proposed. I think that maybe they've seen the writing on the wall, and I whether it was a recent communication that they've received to be able to use those resources, or they had kind of known about it and decided, okay, it's time to pull the trigger and start moving that money.
Well, that's new news now. I'll ask the administration, because that's big.
Senator, I have a question. Okay, because I'm getting mixed numbers, and you're the numbers guy here. I've heard 104 million, and then somehow it went down to 80 some million.
And that is what I believe. I believe that you're probably going to see that when it's reduced. I believe this 20 million will be part of that.
You found the 20 million.
Down.
You found the 20 because you just do simple math. 104 minus 20 million. 80.
Minus 20. That's there, and so I that's we're starting. We can start to see where I believe that's probably the first chunk, and so the balance, I believe, will continue to be repurposed and reallocated, and so good news, like I said. But yeah, Pauly, I mean, I agree with you, and I understand that I believe the hospital will be receiving also some of that money, which is what we asked for to begin with. When we introduced our resolution, almost a year ago. And, I'll tell you another thing, Pauly. I mean, it will come off a little bit as Monday morning quarterbacking, but I will say that, what we were saying from the beginning when the pressure first started coming down to the legislature and we knew that this was a legal impasse was, you need to go to the courts. And if this declaratory judgment was sought, from the onset of this legal position, I mean, it would be a different ballgame. And unfortunately, it seems like they waited too long to be able to exercise that option. And I was talking to the governor and others, and they said, well, I said, listen, if you feel like you may even prevail in the courts as well, why don't you move forward with the procurement? And they, well, we're going to be sued in our individual capacity. And I said, well, you have the shield of the government. I mean, the thing is you're sued. Yes. Well, then you lawyer up and you go and you see what happens in that disposition. And now, they say that, here's the victory that we've had in the courts and the ability to move forward, but a little bit late at this point. So I believe we have the ability to reprogram that money, and I hope it continues.
Is it true that GWA even said that regardless if you did approve that the bill that came down from the governor, that they still wouldn't act?
I think there were some. It was a little bit cloudy. But it looks like they would have felt that was okay. I think that also what ended up clarifying in that issue was that they weren't going to move on the properties that had been condemned. They were going to only move on that were in question. They were going to only move on the properties that they knew that they had purchased outright, that were already title was received. And so there was a lot of maneuvering in terms of how they were actually going to do that, had they had the authority going forward in order to stay away from the areas that were under litigation. So
well, now the problem
certainly bumpy.
Yeah. Now the problem is you have GPA and GWA saying that now that the decision came down, they're not going to even have enough time to procure equipment. It's going to take like 18 months.
The Gov says there's not enough time also.
And I think that's. We like you said, do the math of 80-some million left as opposed to the 104. Believe this was probably the big chunk of the first transfer, and I just think there's a realization that instead of losing that money, there are other programs that have. And my understanding is the guidance is if they had prior use of that funding for the similar or the same program. So that's why it would align with the hospital. Yeah. That there was a number of improvements that were done and resources given to the hospital under ARP. So I believe that any alignment with those programs that had prior authorization would be in line to reprogram that money.
Well, I know that there is a time frame to use this money, but
December 31.
Yeah, let's not make it a Christmas list, pretty much like how we always had the surplus comes out and everybody and every agency and every senator was always looking, okay, what can I do for my agency? What can I do for my the agencies that I have oversight? But I was totally against doing stuff like that. But now that there is a deadline, hey, free for all, everybody.
Well, I think the thing is too is it's shovel ready projects and things. If you remember when we were first debating this, when we first came in, and a lot of the committees, especially the freshmen, that are doing a good job. I heard you with Sean earlier, so I was like, I don't need to go on. He covered everything, but we're in new territory here. But the thing is that when we first came in, a lot of those programs are already set up within the hospital. And we were wondering why more money wasn't being used of the balance that was there, that was set aside by the governor. And in fact, there was money that was pulled back. I believe close to $20 million. That was, remember, it had that December deadline, and so it was put back in to that fund. And so the truth is, I agree with you, Ryan, but I agree also that I think we know that there are plenty of projects that are actually ready to go that are awaiting funding. So that it's very sensible. I mean, I know that the master plan for the village roads projects has always been in place, awaiting funding, and they've been chipping away at it. Like I said, they even have a balance right now of this fiscal year of about $200,000. They've done about $1.8 million worth of work in the villages. So this will be welcomed, and I believe that I know the mayors definitely have identified all those projects, and the rights of way have been worked out. So I'm sure that they can get on this right away. So I think definitely with the projects that have been identified and those that are eligible, this will be welcome news as it continues to receive funding.
I know you also asked about automation, and I was in Singapore, and practically the entire country is automated, and so, but we're not even close to that. I mean, you know about DOA and trying to retrain everybody on a new program is taking years, and so how can we do a better job at automating, like you're talking today with DPW?
I think the GFMIS is definitely complex, and I've had 2 oversight hearings now where they're chopping away at it, and it looks like they're a lot closer than they were before.
Okay.
It's a real comprehensive system that really is accounting for close to if you include federal funds, well over $2 billion of transactions within the government, whether it be procurement, whether it be HR and the like. So it's very complex. It's interesting because EPA came before us, last week for the rules and regulations for the Type 4 nitrate systems to finally allow people to be able to build their homes on those decedent properties, that we've been waiting for a long time. And during the questioning back and forth in terms of the processes and application process and where things get stuck, they really defended themselves, and it was really good news because I said, man, I'm going to use this when Public Works comes down. But they explained how really they're completely automated and digitized in terms of their tracking system for all of their permits and permitting that's coming through EPA. They have a dashboard, so if you're Ryan or Pauly that's got an application in to build a home, and your contractor says, hey, the holdup is EPA, and you say, okay, let me go check, and you can find your project, and it will say, soil sample pending. It will say leaching field not adequate, and that will be on the contractor. So you can call your contractor back up and say, hey, man, you told me EPA is the problem, but what the problem is that you didn't submit the plan, adequate enough for EPA to clear it in terms of the proposed leaching field, and there was a soil sample missing and some other things that we were supposed to do so that they can clear it and keep moving through the permit process. So I was like, wow, I mean, that was really good news and great news to know that they're completely automated in that area, and that's how they've built in the efficiency to make sure that they're not the one holding up review, unless they can notate that they do have a review issue internally, but they can show where it is in terms of if it's somebody else's issue, whether it be the person that's building the home or whatever project's going through there, or whether it's the contractor or where that lies. And I said, man, you're talking about how you need this manpower and everything else for this program that you're standing up on the abandoned vehicles, but it looks to me when you're talking about complying with the law from cradle to grave for a vehicle, really, if you automate, you can follow that vehicle from when it left the lot to the fact that we found it on the side of the road, and the law that we passed says that's trash now after 48 hours. All you got to do is follow the procedures of making sure through that digitized process, you've picked it up, you've put it in the yard, you've crushed it, you've disposed of it, and it no longer exists. And that sounds to me a lot more alongside automation than it does manpower. But certainly there will be some manpower requirements. Also, here's another thing with performance-based budgeting, and what I've been asking these agencies to do is, if you have budgeted vacancies, which they showed on their matrix there, that, they have X amount of budgeted vacancies here, they're having difficulty with recruitment, well, then just move that money down to the next area where you need manpower. Get those employees in place to be able to do what you need to do, and come back when you actually have an existing listing where you can hire, in other areas. And so there's a lot of movement now with what this performance-based budgeting has said, how you, reach your accountability and your keep progress indicators on what you're doing, and how you also account for internal efficiency where you can move money around instead of always saying that it's a budget problem. In fact, DPW's budget's coming in about $1 million under what they requested last year, and they still have enough money to do everything they need to do.
Okay. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. They're still using spreadsheets to track damaged guardrails.
But I got to tell you, I got to give it to the director. I mean, he tried. He went out on procurement, for a system, and it was almost there, and then it fell through at the end. So he's back out at it again, and he's hoping to get responses again in order to be able to get in there and digitize and automate their system.
Right.
So they're trying. It's not for lack of trying.
Okay.
At least I can give them that much credit.
Well, that's great, right? Because again, that's going to use it as a tool, as a resource, right? So that way not just the workforce isn't being burdened, but then it allows us a better process to track things.
Absolutely. I mean, in this process now, because already they know, I'm sure it'll be compatible to EPA systems. So once they're up and running, then they link there, right? And then the next thing is linked with revenue tax.
Right.
I mean, you complete the circle in terms of what the law requires to be able to dispose of a vehicle, meaning that you've identified the VIN, you notified the owner. I mean, all that stuff has happened, and you're ready to go in terms of actually possessing that vehicle and disposing of it as the government. I mean, once you make that loop where all those agencies are looped into one system where it's automated and digitized, that process should become extremely efficient and get out of this this gridlock that we've been dealing with.
Right. My only other question, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Senator Sean. I mean, now that we are doing the budget here, we're getting closer to the actual budget session, but you're already doing these budget hearings with these agencies. I remember early on, you and also Mr. Steve Guerrero, you had a little bit of reservations to rolling the BPT back. However, that changed, but still, you didn't go all the way down to 4. You went 4.5 to 4. So now, where are we at, and can we realistically roll back the BPT to 4 in fiscal year 2027, being very not even optimistic, just very feel like we can do this without not giving these agencies adequate resources to do their job efficiently?
Well, I would say that the OFB director, Steve Guerrero, and myself, it's not that we were resistant to it. It was that we realized that when you do this, you have to do it within the budgetary process. If you do it as a standalone, you're not taking into consideration the effects. And when we looked at the budget and we looked at the way the budget has been growing over the last 6 years, really we're upwards of between $400 and $500 million more than we were only just 5.5 years ago, right? And we said, listen, we continue to track these excess revenues, and we also continue to see that these agencies continue to lapse, sometimes in the millions. And then we also saw a couple provisions that were over-appropriated. Like we knew that when Congress had given us that ability to now be part of the EITC family, and that comes to Guam now as a reimbursement. It's a chunk of about $60-some million annually that we used to pay out of the general fund for the EITC. There was also an increase in other areas, the ACTC for child care and child care credit. That was another, $40-some million. We saw that the provisions for refunds was way inflated because right now the general fund really is only paying out between $25 to sometimes $35 million annually. It's mostly the working poor as well as those who are just there on the middle class kind of that are getting these programs where the returns that come to them are actually part of a program as opposed to overpaying. A lot of people really in this economy have learned, man, I'm going to adjust my taxes to make sure even if I have to pay the government a little bit, I'd rather do that than having a $2,000 refund sometimes because I really need that money now, right? So we saw that there was a lot of adjustment in terms of where that was, yet there was $145 million provision. And so we did all of our work to say, you know what, we see that this reduction is well within the ability to manage within the resources available in the government. But we'll do it at the 0.5 first to see where we are. And right now we continue to see overperformance on withholding. We think some of that money is actually, as the businesses said, going back into their businesses. They're giving their employees raises. They're spending on their businesses, and that's creating a levelization on the BPT. And also, if you get a raise, you pay more taxes, right? So withholding has continued to be steady, going up, as well as corporate. So that means companies are still doing well and enjoying the tax, and so that's not affected. And right now, BPT is very negligible. I think it's only off by a couple $1 million. So the truth is the economic activity continues to hold the line. The governor has requested $91 million more once again in this fiscal year. And remember, Pauly, also last year, I didn't change the budget that the governor requested. I reduced the BPT by 0.5, but I kept the budget, which meant you still have all the flexibility of spending, right? And so the truth is that we didn't actually cut anything. We reduced the BPT, and we're still performing in 2026. So I'm just going to tell you that right now, with the continued lapsing of funds within departments and agencies, as well as the way that the resources are tracking right now in terms of the month to month, and the Special Economic Service will bear this out. That there really is no worries about that 0.5 and the effect on agencies. Right now, our mantra from OFB and from our majority and others that we've found in the agencies, you don't have a funding problem. You have an execution problem. And a lot of that has to do with Department of Administration. They're having difficulties getting, their government actions to be able to hire. And procurement is continuing to have some logjam as well. So a lot of these agencies have money, but they don't have the ability to execute the expenditure. So I can tell you safely, Pauly, that we will not be shorting any agencies going into next year. There are some federal programs that we're getting requests on that are in question. So we're going to work closely with the congressman to see if that's going to hold out with regard to some of the cuts. I know that Behavioral Health yesterday talked about some of their programs that are going to take some hits. So we may be we're going to do some adjustment there and see how we can shore up those programs. But in terms of the general fund revenue, I don't see any problem, Pauly.
I really appreciate the work that you've done. I had my questions too, but just watching the way you guys are working and being very cautious, I mean, it's paying off now because we're seeing all of these agencies coming in and sharing some of their successes within the budget, within the current budget.
Absolutely, Paulie, and like we said, most of us we've had that. We sat down with them and said, listen, when we're looking at your lapses, when we're looking at how you're performing, I mean, even within the public safety agencies, and that's why I work very close with Sean and everybody else to say, listen, your budget right now, even if you had a status quo, the way we're tracking right now, you would have no major impact. Right. All of your current cycles, your 2 cycles are funded this year. Right. Those cycles actually graduating are saving them money because those who are retiring out, their salaries are 2 to 3 times. What an employee coming in, a new recruit is coming in when they're in their first year of being an officer. So everything is levelizing. Overtime has actually been relatively in control within public safety, and that's because of the fact that we've been funding 2 or more cycles actually for the last 3 to 4 years, and they're fully funded this year as well. So a lot of things are working internally to keep the budgets under control and levelized, and so that's really where things are getting done. But
Well, I know you're concerned about the leave. I mean, you said it's going to be in the millions if everybody's taking their leave at 1,000 hours.
Yeah, and I heard that fireman, and I know that story.
Okay.
I hear that a lot too, and I'll tell you what. This is exactly why I believe the prudent thing to do right now is pass Senator Bora's bill. I'm going to put it into the budget, actually, because we don't have a session except for budget in July.
Okay.
And so I'm going to put it in the miscellaneous provisions. I don't see any problems with it passing with the budget. We have that ability to do that within the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll take us all the way till 2027. And then I want to hear in August the other two bill proposals to see if we need to do a policy change. In the meantime, Pauly, I ask managers, and they really have to work with this, right? I mean, I understand if it's critical and, beyond the normal leave that they allow for their employees, on the 80 hours or whatever it is, within the year, if they can't, shake them loose for additional time, okay, I understand. But I believe there are ways that they can do that, and they're supposed to be doing that.
What about Senator Joe's amendment to transfer it over to sick leave?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that we'll vet that policy. The one reason why I'm not, it's not that I'm concerned, but I don't like to leave people out when it's an impact on them. So we need to bring the retirement fund in because they run an actuarial every year on what they believe will be the retirement, right?
Yes.
So say, for example, we allow for a one-time banking of sick leave, of sick leave, and then you got a lot of people who are ready to retire. That's going to add a year, 2 years to the retirement annuity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's beyond the fact that they maxed out already, that might be something that's not factored into the retirement fund. So the retirement fund needs to come down and say, hey, did you do your work in terms of what the impacts might be on the amount of individuals we believe based on the actuarial? That's a very complex system to where they kind of predict how many retirees will be going into the system and what their annuity will be and how they plan that. So I didn't want to just say, oh, yeah, let's do that. And then all of a sudden retirement fund comes back to us and say, hey, we had an exponential jump in retirees and it's affecting, our obligations in terms of and our actuarial table that we put forward. So it's not that I don't like the idea. It's that, we're leaving retirement out of the equation. We need to bring them down to be able to hear the merits of those bills.
I appreciate this, Senator. I know we're going to continue to reach out to you, especially when we hear about $20 million possibly being removed from the $104 million.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I can't think of any other account that has any ARP balance in it that would allow for that transfer, and that's where the representation was, where the funding source was. So, if it's a different funding source, I'm sure we'll get a release from the governor's office. But that appears, like I said, mathematically, the three of us, we put our heads together and we said, yeah, that kind of makes sense. If you went from 104 to right around 80 something, that sounds about right. That 20 million went somewhere, and it looks like it went to DPW. So good thing.
I appreciate this. Talk to you soon, Senator, and then congratulations as well to your niece Ava and other family members that have graduated.
Absolutely. Wonderful time this year, and I'll take that opportunity to also say congratulations to all the graduates 2026.
Yes. All right. Take care, Senator. Adios.
God bless you, and Ryan, too, man. You guys keep up the good work, enjoying the show.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
What do you want to do? I know we haven't taken the break out.
We'll go to traffic.
We'll just go right into it, right?
Go to traffic,
nice.
And then, we'll go to the
And then
break.
we'll just, it's all downhill from here,
downhill
and so we'll just wrap it up after this.
All right, here we go. We're about 10 minutes away from the 6 o'clock hour, and that means it's going to be our last look at the roads of Guam as we help you move forward through your daily commute. I know it's crunch time out there, so Pauly, give us a lowdown.
All right, well, definitely heavy congestion in all of the major intersections. Airport Road coming down to 1. Seeing more of the delays by St. John's and Upper Tumon. Trying to escape or leave Tumon onto Route 1. Expect delays there as well. Even heading southbound as you get closer to I think that's called Santos Hill, right? Weston, whatnot. I think so. Tarza Water Park. So if you're trying to get down from Route 1 down Santos Hill into Tumon. Expect some delays there. After General Ben Blas Boulevard, that's Route 3, things are not too bad in the Dededo area on Marine Corps Drive. Everybody continue to watch out for each other, helping you move forward once again on this Thursday afternoon. That's Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
Half a day. This is Luella Lucinio, host of Pinas de Guam. Together with the Filipino community of Guam and Wave 105.1, we proudly celebrate Philippine Independence Month with the theme Kalayaan, Kinabukasan, Kasaysayan, Freedom, Future, History. From Guam to the Philippines, we honor our shared history, celebrate our freedom, and build our future together. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas at Guam!
Attention all 2026 graduates! Looking for the perfect spot to celebrate your big achievement? Chili's is the best place to be. Just show proof of graduation and enjoy a complimentary meal on us. Now through June 30th. It's our way of saying congrats. Some restrictions apply. Visit chilisguam.com/special promos for more details. Only at Chili's. Great food and memories happen here.
Remembering Jan. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. In this final week of CBS News Radio, I, together with Liz, who's been an integral part of the show forever, want to pay tribute to Jan Ziff, co-founder and longtime host of Soundbites. You'll remember her wonderful voice.
This is Soundbites, and I'm Jan Ziff.
When we started in 1991, we realized that a bold new era lay ahead. It was a new era for Jan, too. She left years covering the U.S. State Department for BBC World Service to focus on this fascinating, exploding world. Through it all, from the web's birth to the dot-com bubble, the rise of the Palm Pilot and the iPhone, and the start of the AI age, Jan covered it all with curiosity, fascination, and passion. Jan left us too soon, and we're proud to dedicate this show to her. Thank you, Jan. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The road to Adelup continues. This time, we sit down with Republican candidates. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. Catch the full conversation that took place on May 5th on the Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear their vision for Guam's future. Wave 105 is a glimpse of Guam radio station.
6 minutes away from the 6 o'clock hour. Welcome to the BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Sending it back to Pauly Suba.
Welcome back. I know we're going to be getting off shortly. You know what's interesting? That Michael Jackson movie has really impacted this next generation.
Oh, yeah.
We were at Haagen-Dazs eating ice cream, again, celebrating my son's graduation, right? We had dinner and with family and to celebrate his graduation. Well, I went over to Haagen-Dazs to get some ice cream as well. And the Haagen-Dazs...
Intercom?
No, they were playing Michael Jackson.
Uh-huh.
But the employee that was working there, he loved it so much, he came up on the other side and he started doing the moonwalk.
Wow.
Yeah, just like out of nowhere, he like gave us a
He's
show.
like doing his moonwalk. Here's your ice cream, sir.
Yes, he gave us a whole show. And this guy can't be any he can't be any older than 21.
Yeah.
Like he's a young individual. I mean, if he's older than 21, I mean, like what is your What is your daily routine? I need to know how you take care of your skin so well.
Yeah.
But I was impressed. I'm like, it's like maybe 19 and he's doing the moonwalk.
He probably had that Michael Jackson skinish thing, right? Where, because even Michael Jackson, when he was like, he was like 50 something, but his skin was still good.
I mean, when you're a billionaire, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing now about billionaires, right, is that they look for the most craziest things to do. I mean, here we are thinking about, man, if I ever had the money, I'm going to do this. I'm going to build a house, all that stuff. And like, no, I'm going to fly to the moon.
And you'll still have money.
and you'll
still have money.
I mean, just look at Elon Musk, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's like he's not even thinking about houses or anything. It's like, no.
If I just go to California, my entire bank account is gone. I don't even have enough money to go to. I have to use my credit card.
You know, the middle class, right, is a dying. Yeah, it's in danger already, right? So it's just you're rich or you're poor. The middle class.
Like these billionaires, they could go to the moon and back, and they still have money to go back to the moon many times.
Exactly. Yeah, when you start building your own personal NASA, like Elon Musk, it's like, yeah, people. You know, they have that. What do they call it? Is the buying power syndrome, right? Where you could just get anything and do everything. I can't even like rub 2 quarters together. And if I do, it's normally because I'm at a laundromat washing my clothes. Do I have enough more? It was like 3 minutes. What?
You're trying to tie like floss around the quarter so you can put it in and then try to pull it back out.
AI kind of got rid of that now. Modern technology. Yeah, I actually used to stick my arm, on the soda machine just to see if I could reach something. Right?
Yeah.
But not anymore. They got whatchamacallit again, smarter now, right? Because there are some vending machines. Like when I grew up, I used to frequent Sinahanya, right? In Sinahanya, they had their vending machines.
Where in Sinahanya?
At the mayor's office. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they used to have.
They had vending machines at the mayor's office.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Long time ago. And so, but the vending machine came with like kind of like a gel. So you can
catch
reach,
you.
Yeah,
no.
No, it was protecting the machine, and
from
it was so
stealing,
good.
probably
Yeah,
from like vandalizing the machine.
Yeah, you can reach in and get your whatever you bought.
Okay.
But you cannot. You just can't get in arm's length.
Oh, it's a vending. Vending. I thought you were talking about like a claw and everything.
Yeah, no, it's old school, Pauly. Yeah,
like the chips and the M&Ms.
Yeah, I mean before it just there was no kind of like cage in front of it. Yeah. But if it was outside, they put the cage and everything for vandalism and all.
I remember when we had vending machines in our schools.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
But then you can't do that now, right?
Free lunch ruins everything.
Yeah. That sucks. Yeah. But
I remember eating so much, like all kinds of things. The student store, that was the best. The
big
sushi
shells were awesome.
By sushi and cup of noodle.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was
cup of noodle was the best. I think it's $1.
Mm-hmm.
And that was lunch.
That was college
and
food
King
for me.
Car. Car and cup of noodle, baby.
Yeah, I thought we here in Guam knew about Ichiban and everything, but I was actually going to college with with a gentleman from Pakistan. He was like, "No, man, I eat that stuff too because I can't afford food.
You can't afford anything." Yeah. Instead of us, we had Ichiban. They had Maruchan. You're gonna get out of here?
Yes.
All right. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Mayor Melissa Savar, she's doing a fantastic job. She'll be filling in for Patty for one more day, Friday, right? And then we got national programming until Ryan and I get back on for another BrightSide tomorrow on a Friday. So see you then. Remember, everybody, get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out on the roads. Just Biba Southern High Dolphins. Today was their graduation ceremony. And so we can't ignore the South.
Of course
because
not.
they might not have any more elementaries.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, well.
Adjust KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
Let's all be thankful for what we got.
A great big Cadillac, gangster white wall.